gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades.
Welcome to Gas Masks and Hand Grenades. I'm your host, Jeff. Sorry, we're getting a little bit late. We're getting a little bit of a late start today. We had some technical difficulties we had to work out, but we are here and we're gonna do this thing. And this gentleman to my left, your right, somewhere one of these directions here, is Mr. Tom Fountainhead Geldschläger. Now, Tom, the first thing I do have to ask you after we speak here for a minute. Right. I got to know where the Fountainhead thing came from because I didn't research that, so you got to tell me about that. But how you doing, man?
I'm doing okay. I'm hanging on by the seat of my pants.
Got a lot going on, right?
Lots of going on. Like I usually have 12 to 15 hour work days right now. So
wow,
it's a lot. But then again, the reason I'm doing this is a positive one, talking about the album. So I'm up for anything as long as at some point during the interview, like, hey, wake up. You know, we get
okay. Yeah, what time is it over your way right now? What, about 8, 9?
It's 8:20 in the evening.
Okay. All right. Well, I won't keep you all night, but we're here to talk about something pretty fucking cool that's going on, right?
I would think so.
I mean, it's really cool for you. I'm excited about it. So I would think you should be way more excited than I am at this point. But you're probably tired too at this point in time of.
Well, listen, it's a combination. It's a combination of just being overworked and tired, but also just the fact that I'm not done with this at all. You know,
right?
Obviously, to the outside world, it's like, oh yeah, the album's coming out. He's done. You know, it's like, so it's coming out, and you're happy, right? So everybody asks me that, and I'm like. Well, I would love to tell you that it's done, but my work is not done at all because I'm still working on the spatial audio Dolby Atmos mix.
Oh, we're going to talk about that. We're going to get into that. Trust me.
And so to start off with a little anecdote that I don't think I've told anybody in the interview yet. So basically what happened is that, like many things in my life, I just have like a idea and an inspiration, and then it turns into something, it turns into a thing, and then years later you're doing the thing that you're quote unquote manifested. Mm-hmm. But then, you know, as awesome as that is, doing all the things that just you dreamed of just a couple of months ago, you run into things that you had never foreseen. So in this case, with the Atmos mix, it just turned out the moment I started actually working on it, well, I got to re-record the entire rhythm guitar of the entire album because I need 4 guitar tracks to make it work in Atmos the way I wanted to. So,
you're kidding me.
Yeah, dude, like 2 years after completing the thing and not even having finished the transcription books that I'm also doing on the side.
Right.
And it's not just like a tab book and then gonna be done with it. No, it's like it's the tab book and then the transcription book, meaning like every note on the album. And some of the songs have like 450 tracks of audio, so everything is in there. And I hadn't even finished it when I realized that now I need to go back and actually re-record quad track the entire album, start to finish. And so I've been on this hamster wheel the past months, just doing one of the sessions for the Atmos mix, going back, frantically re-recording and learning the material for the next song that we're going to mix, and then, you know, edit that on trains, on planes and whatever. Get to the next session, work on the transcription book in the meantime, and then somehow also make a living, give interviews, prepare everything.
Right.
I guess my kids know me as Zombie Dad now.
Oh, geez, yeah.
That's it. Like in a nutshell, that's why I'm still not seeing the light at the tunnel just yet. Like
I bet.
the album for you guys, it's done and you get to listen to it. But for me, the work is going to get on for weeks and weeks still.
Well, hey, that's a great segue right there, because we didn't even mention the album. We just said the album. We didn't talk about what it is and who it is and when it comes out. So right there is the artwork for it, because I don't have a physical yet because it's not out till April 25th, 2025 on Season of Mist, and the album is called Changeling. The band, I'm also, if I understand correctly, the band or project, and you will have to correct me on what it is. Is it a band? Is it a project? Is it a solo album? All that kind of good stuff. I think it's a band, so we'll probably start there.
The answer to your question is yes.
All of the above.
All of the above. Okay, so in a nutshell, it was going to be my next solo album. That's during production. That's what it was going to be. Next Fountainhead solo album, a special one with a band. Sorry, excuse me, with a band lineup, but still like my next solo album. And then I basically sat on the damn thing for over a year after it was basically finished. And when Season of Mist came into the picture and signed it and signed me basically with the album, then the first thing they said was, hey, we're going to sign this album, we're going to sign you, but please consider doing this under a dedicated project name for various reasons, which I won't disclose here, like not giving
marketing
things away.
Right.
But it was sound advice, and it was like, okay, well, you are the experts. I am going to sign with you because you're the experts. You're going to sell this album, so who am I to disagree?
Right.
And so then basically the album title became the project or the band name. And it's a good solution because it is an album that I wrote start to finish. I wrote it, I arranged the music, I produced it, I recorded it, I played all the guitar tracks except for the 3 guest solos. I basically did every single thing except for writing lyrics and play bass and play drums and play all the other orchestral instruments with all the guests. But it is like it is so much a solo album. But at the same time, it's also true that it wouldn't sound the way it does without the idea of having 4 people in a band, even though they haven't played together in the same room ever,
Right.
But it is a band throughout the entire album. And for those of your listeners who may or may not be familiar with my previous solo albums, those records were basically a whole different set of musicians on every song.
Right.
Whatever the song demanded, just getting different.
You just reach out and pull people in to help you.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So this time it was like a whole different concept and a whole different scenario, a whole different origin story for the material, which we can talk about if you want. But just in a nutshell, it really felt appropriate and natural to just also say, well, then it is a band.
Now, I guess
that's it.
I guess keep this in your mind. Don't answer it right now. But the obvious question then from that is, would this be a band that would ever perform live? And that would be very tricky because of all the other involvement of the people that we're going to get into. So just keep that in mind. I'm going to circle back to that and the Atmos stuff too, because I have a cool little story about Atmos that you might be interested to hear. I know a guy in the industry quite well, like very good friends with, who's kind of at the apex of the Atmos thing. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Not quite, but I have a few people that come to mind.
What's the first person that comes to your mind?
Steve Wilson.
That's the guy. I actually worked with the band many years ago.
Nice.
For several years, running their street team here in the United States. Steve's been on my show. If you look at my stuff, he's been on my show several times. He's coming back for the new album. So we'll talk about that privately offline then. But so we'll get back to that. But what I want to back up a little bit. I want to start kind of in the early stages here. In the interview that you did with Justin Humbach, you mentioned something that was really interesting to me. You talk about how you're an album guy. Now, I relayed to you that I'm an old man. I'm almost 60. I came up through the 70s, born in the 60s. So I was even around before Sabbath's first album came out. I didn't know it, of course, but 1970. I was 4 years old, so I was probably playing with my Tonka trucks back then. But I come from that era of 70s music where we didn't have digital streaming, we didn't have CDs, we had albums and singles, 45s. That was it. And maybe wax cylinders. I don't know if I didn't have any of those, but that was a little pre me. But so you said that you grew up, your father had a record store. I need to hear that story, because tell me a little bit about that and how you feel that may have very much informed your decision to be a musician, decision to be a creative person, a sonically creative person, to discover instruments. And I don't know whether you started on guitar or piano, but I think you might have started on piano first. I could be wrong about that.
No, I started on classical guitar.
Okay. Well, give us the backstory of that, your father and albums, and maybe the things that really stick out to you, because obviously we're talking about things like, you know, Pink Floyd and Yes and Rush and, you know, all these artists that are so near and dear to my heart. I'm guessing many of them are to you as well, listening to this album, because I hear a lot of those bands in a much more modern sense here in this album.
Oh, 100%, 100%. Okay, where to start? Well, so my dad used to be a musician by trade in the GDR, like way back in the 70s and 80s under communism. And he played Western rock music, which didn't exactly give him a good rep with the officials. And he eventually quit music when my mom got pregnant with me.
Mm-hmm.
And so he wasn't playing or singing or performing music at all when I grew up. But having that background, obviously music was very important, and it was a treasured good in the house when I grew up. It still is with my parents. So there was always albums around, and he would basically introduce me to a lot of the things that he liked, you know, the Stones, the Beatles, but then also Genesis and Mike Oldfield.
Oh, yes.
One of my favorites to this day, you know.
Same for me, man. Love Mike Oldfield.
So yeah, all the 70s prog stuff, all the 60s rock stuff, Led Zeppelin,
The Who.
The Who, yeah, not so much The Who. I never really got into The Who, but yeah, you know, up to borderline proto heavy metal. He was never a heavy metal guy, but he hung out with a bunch of heavy metal, you know, crazy nerds.
Oh, cool.
So then as a kid, that also left a big impression with me, you know, like people would come around the house, friends of his, and they would watch football like Germans do. And they would also trade LPs and little tapes that they've made for each other. And so there was a constant influx and in and out of music and new music that everybody would bring to the table. And so I just wanted to check all of that out. That was like the prized possession. Every time there was a new album, I wanted to listen to it too. You know, I wanted to be a part of that. And so that's where it all started. And then pretty early on, when I was 7 or 8 years old, my parents then got me a private classical guitar teacher who would come once a week, and I learned classical guitar for a couple of years because they thought that was just a logical thing to do after I showed so much interest in music. And at that time, my dad didn't have the record shop yet. That came a little bit later. And so long story short, I played classical guitar for a while. And then, like every kid, I just thought it wasn't cool enough. And I hated having to play all this music that now I can appreciate. But back in the day, it was just the most uncool, boring thing in the world.
For sure.
And it had nothing to do with what we were listening to at home. I think that was the problem that my parents couldn't see at that time, that, you know, my parents would nerd out to the Rolling Stones, and here I was playing Greensleeves. You know, it just didn't add up at that time as a kid.
Sure.
So I quit and got into skateboarding and video games and all the usual stuff. And then one day, and that was still before my dad had the shop. But one day when I was 11, 12 maybe, so a couple of years down the road, one of those friends that I mentioned before, one of those more metal leaning friends, brought this album that on CD that then lay in our living room, and they just picked it up and looked at the cover. And it was, and this is also what I told just in this interview with him, it was the Joe Satriani Time Machine album, which has like a green cover, and it's him, in like an early Photoshop kind of thing, where he's like hair flying, and he has this awesome looking metal silver guitar, and then he's jumping from one giant space clock to the next giant.
Dude, is that the one with Mystical Potato Head Groove thing on it?
Yeah, I think.
Oh my fucking god, that song is just the best.
Oh, so good.
I'm there with you. Now I'm a little bit older, and I've come through, because I think I'm probably about 20 years older than you, roughly, somewhere in that range. Somewhere, maybe not. Okay, all right. We won't make you go live with that. But the point being is that I was already, for me the gateway drug was Kiss in the 70s. Absolutely, I make no apologies for it, man. Rock and Roll Over was the first album I bought with my own cash. Kiss Alive was the shit. And I do feel that although they're not metal, they were the template to kind of usher in although Priest was around and Maiden was coming, there were some heavy bands, Sabbath, obviously, freaking Atomic Rooster and, bands like that, Sir Lord Baltimore and some of those kind of bands that were like proto metal, right? Okay. The thing was, Kiss was the band that made me go, oh, okay, I want to be that guy. I want to be Ace Frehley, man. That's the dude right there. Yeah. Very quickly, thankfully, no offense to Ace, but thankfully, that guy was replaced with Alex Lifeson, and it was over at that point. That was the end. I
can see that.
I discovered Rush for Hemispheres, I'm like, all right, fuck that Kiss stuff. This is where it's at right here, right? And then we move forward. So you had that story essentially that was your drug to get right back into the guitar thing with Satriani then.
Exactly, yeah. So that was the moment when I looked at this cover. I was magically compelled to put the CD into the CD player. And economically, my parents, we had a lot of up and downs over the years,
Sure.
But at that time, my dad was doing pretty well, so he had the big stereo.
Oh, nice.
And so I put the CD in and didn't really mind what the volume was, so it was way too high. I put the first song on, and it starts with this drum fill, and then it's just one giant, like 100 times over tracked E chord. It's a
right.
And it literally blew my hair back because the volume and the power of it.
Oh wow!
And just like, holy shit!
Right on.
So that was the moment. That was the moment that literally determined the further course of my life, because then I knew, okay, I want to be that guy.
That guy. Yeah. It's interesting. I'm gonna make you jealous a little bit. All right. It might even be the only time. Wait, no, I've seen him twice. I got to see Joe on the Flying in a Blue Dream tour, which was right, I think, before that, right? Flying.
So you get to say you saw Satriani when he had still the long hair.
Yes, he had hair. Oh. Yes. And the guy that opened for him, interestingly, I don't know if you know this name or not, but it was a guy named Stevie Salas. Have you ever heard of him? Sals.
Yeah,
Stevie Salas Color Code opened, and that was his band, Color Code. It had T.M. Stevens, who I think ended up playing with
Steve Vai,
right? So it was like, wow. But I saw that. God, I don't even know what year that is. That just really dates me as a really old fucker right there. But I mean, then again, I saw Kiss in 1979. So there you go. But so that was the moment. That was the where everything clicked, and you're like, this is the path I want to take. And then did you get really serious about the guitar at that point?
Yeah, pretty much right away. It was, get me an electric guitar, no matter what, I want to do this. And then pretty much, within a couple of weeks, I was practicing many hours a day and just being on the path. And that was around the time, if I don't mix up the timeline, I think that was also the moment when my dad was opening the record shop. And so I, like, all of my formative years, like woodshedding during the day on my guitar and just soaking in all those different influences and checking out albums, having life-changing experiences. Also, seeing Pink Floyd when I was 10 years old, literally on my dad's shoulders.
What was that for the I would imagine that was for Pulse, or not Pulse, Division Bell?
Yeah, what ended up being the Pulse live album. Yeah,
right. Yeah, I was at that tour in Philly. I saw that, and I actually saw. I did miss Floyd in the 70s, unfortunately, when Waters was still with him, but I did get to see him in 80. I want to say that was 83 when Momentary Lapse of Reason came out, right? 83, 84.
I think it came out in 83, yeah.
I think you're right. Yeah, and I was like a junior in high school and went to the show, and it was the first time like I got away and might have messed with some sports.
I wonder what that could have been.
I don't remember what it was, but something like that, something illegal, I do believe. But yeah, I mean, seeing them at RFK Stadium in Philly, which isn't even there anymore. It's where the Eagles, the Philadelphia Eagles stadium is now, is where RFK, where they played. And it was just mind-boggling, man. It was just like, I remember sitting there while they were doing echoes, and I had been up front 15 feet from Gilmore, like right on the stage. But because I had been drinking and doing stupid shit, I was so tired I couldn't stand any longer. So I went back and sat down, like, back in the bleachers. Yeah. And they came out, and for the first encore, I believe, was Echoes. And it started to rain, Tom, and it was raining hard. And so all the lasers were cutting through the rain. Ooh. And it was like such a mind-blowing moment. I was just like, have I died? Like, is this heaven? Like, what is this, man? And then the plane crashes during Dark Side of the Moon. It was just unbelievable. So you got to see that as a kid. That's fucking cool,
dude. And it's so interesting that you probably also, just like me, we've seen hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of shows over the years.
Hundreds, yes,
hundreds. But then maybe, and you tell me if that's true for you, like those very formative shows that determine the course of your life in some way, for some reason you can play that like a movie in your head,
like you're there. 45. I can tell you right now, Rush, Permanent Waves. February 5th, 1980. I am 14 years old, just about 15. They played the entire 2112, which they never did after that tour. I got to see Max Webster open for them too with Kim Mitchell. It's just like, I think back to this day and I'm like, oh my God. I often think I often feel like I missed something by not being at Woodstock. Mm-hmm. And I do think I kind of did, just because of what it means to the music community and history and all that stuff. But I was only 4 years old when that happened, or 3 actually. I mean, I was alive, but it didn't happen. And my parents weren't those kind of people that were hippies that went up and did that kind of stuff. But I am so fucking lucky I was born when I was and got to see, Genesis when they were Genesis. And I never saw Yes, which is bizarre because they're one of my favorite bands, but it never worked out that I got to see them. But all these King Crimson, all these epic fucking bands I've been lucky to catch. And I feel guilty a little bit now. I feel like I'm gloating a little bit with you.
That's fine. Like you're getting me on my uber prog nerd side, so that's always
exactly. I said to Will, I said, I'm pretty sure Tom and I are gonna get along just fine. I got a good feeling about it. So, well, let's move to something. Oh, and real quick back on the instrument thing. Yeah. So you play the keys on here, I would imagine too, right? The synths.
Yeah.
Okay. Was that something you picked up much later, or was that something you were starting to do as a kid in high school, or how'd that come about?
So that's actually a good segue for the next things coming up. So I did all the practicing. My dad had the record shop, just learning the craft. And pretty early on, I discovered that it's not really just guitar playing that I'm interested in. I'm interested in music. I'm interested in what it makes it tick, and I'm interested in writing music, because I was really into the guitar shred thing, and
Sure.
wanted to be the best, at that, as you tend to do at that age, very competitive. But then I also just wanted to, like, really early on, had the feeling that I could contribute something musically, as a writer, as a creator of music, that may just be something interesting. And that was just a feeling that I had from very early on, that I feel like I have music in me that wants to come out.
Mm-hmm.
And so I then started to write music. And like, first the internet comes along, and then there's the first couple of affordable computers and the first couple of affordable digital audio workstations. So I just came into adulthood, more or less, when that whole thing just started to appear and
It's
started
happening.
to
Yeah.
actually something that you could do, even though like very few people were doing it at that time.
Sure.
So we're talking like end of the 90s, right? So I would basically, because I have chronic migraines since I'm 6 years old.
Oh shit.
And so
I know that feeling. I haven't had them in many years, but I had a long period in my high school years where I would get them and thought I had a brain tumor and all kind of crazy stuff. So yeah,
oh, man.
So I know what that's like, and they're awful.
Yeah. Well, the reason I'm mentioning that is that because when I was going to school, I would just abuse that so hard and just thinking, I can't go to school today.
I see.
And then so I would stay home and I would write and I would work on my music while
Right.
my parents worked. Or I would sneak into the living room during the nights, and then, something like that. So eventually I got an album together of material when I was 17, 18.
Holy man!
And
wow.
Yeah, and so I was living in this tiny bumfuck town at the northern end of Germany, and there's really not much of a music scene or infrastructure or opportunities for a musician, and there were not many people who were into what I was into, of course.
Right.
So there was just this one guy that you could go to and get guitar lessons, who was the guy, the local guy. And there's kind of a long story, but I get back to the original point. So
that's cool. Go for it.
He was the guy, and obviously I needed to go see the guy and then get his shred secrets, right?
Shred secrets. Okay. That's awesome.
And I was a extremely insecure teenager, and just really had not at all, not in a million years, found my place. I was just looking for approval. Sure. I wanted to go to the head honcho of shred in the local scene, get his approval, get his secrets, get a little pat on the back, and be sent on my way, right?
Right.
And so I went to him. We had a couple of lessons, and I thought we were friends. A classic story. And then I played him what I had written and recorded, and he basically, I'm paraphrasing, but he literally took all the wind out of my sails. At that point I was 18 years old, or 17, and this dude who I looked up to as my guiding light in that,
sure,
he said, well, listen, I don't think anybody's ever going to be interested in that stuff. Just don't, just give it up.
Wow.
I was completely destroyed. Like, the little bit of confidence that I had as a human being all went into the music.
Sure.
That was like the one thing. I got bullied at school. I got called names. I didn't have many friends. I was just a classic loner. A little bit of childhood trauma going on, and I was already like deeply depressed and drinking heavily when I was 18. So the only thing I thought I had going for me at that point was my music. And that really crushed me, and that really kind of buried my aspirations and my dreams as a composer and as a music creator for a long time, but I could still play. So then in lieu of other opportunities, I thought, okay, well, then what can I do with this thing, these 6 strings in my hand? Well, I guess if I go study jazz, that'd be a good idea, because then I can get all the skills and network and maybe, get a professional career. I didn't know shit from Shine back then. I thought that was a really good idea, and that would set me on the path to being a professional musician.
Like maybe like being a session guy or something like that.
Yeah, I guess so. But I wasn't really thinking that far ahead. I was just, okay, what's the sickest thing I could learn to do and then just impress everybody? Yeah, jazz. I had no interest in jazz. I didn't know the first thing about jazz, but so that was the plan. And then in order to study jazz at least here in Germany, you'd have to have a second main instrument. Okay. And so that's when to get back to your question, that's when I started playing piano.
Yeah.
And luckily, kind of like as a counterweight to this, let's face it, this horrible teacher's influence, I then got to study with a piano player and composer, also in my hometown, who was just a godsend. It was like this. He came from a Christian background, but he was wearing a cowboy hat. He was wearing boots. He was chain smoking. The chicks kind of looked suspiciously when he entered the room. He was just a cool fucking guy and an awesome musician. And he was just, he ended up being a very formative influence. And he taught me so fucking much, not just about piano playing, but just about seeing music on the piano roll, seeing music in a way that enables you to get a feeling for where everything has to sit, where the frequencies lay, where the different instruments live, and how they interact. And that was the reason that I then ended up playing piano for many, many years, which I then, much later when I became a dad, that's when I kind of had to give up piano playing, because there just wasn't any space in my life for that, which I'm sad about. But maybe when I'm, 75 or something, I'm gonna get back to it and then be like the dude at the piano bar in some hotel, like playing
playing classical, playing green sleeves again. Now piano, right.
But yeah, so in over the years, I've kind of made it a point on my own albums to play the piano parts myself if I can, just to kind of get a little bit of my chops back or keep it up. And by this point, honestly, like I'm useless on the keys.
I see.
So on Changeling, there's one interlude piece that's like a piano and horn section.
Super cool.
I wanted to play that as well, like I always do. And eventually, I just realized that I had to bring in like a real piano player.
Okay.
Well, so this is the one thing I didn't play on the album. All the other keys is just me putting it in MIDI via
MIDI and playing around with MIDI and coming up with some cool soft synths. Synths and stuff like that. Yeah.
Exactly.
I want to gloat for one more second here real quick, because I'm really going to make you jealous now. My buddy Nate here, who's got some questions for you a little bit. He's a big fan. He does say, I don't know if Permanent Waves or Rush Live can be topped. Equal maybe, but not top. Let me just throw this at you. 2112 in its entirety. The first half of Hemispheres in its entirety. Cygnus X1 in its entirety. And the Trees and Xanadu. They were all played in that show.
Well, that's a very good attempt, my friend. But I'm not so jealous, because this is going to sound blasphemous, but I honestly love 80s Rush more than 70s Rush.
Oh, you know what? Okay. So I love all eras of Rush, with the exception of the first album, which is just a glorified album. And I'm not real crazy about a couple of the later ones, like Roll the Bones is kind of a half tweener for me.
Yeah,
not a big fan of Test for Echo. I think they were struggling to find good songwriting during that period of time, which even shows that even the masters can kind of come up with
But sorry to cut you off, but also even that album has
it's got a couple bangers like Driven. What's that?
Is it Double Agent, the one that?
No, that's on Counterparts. That's
Counterparts. Yeah, sorry about that.
I like Counterparts. That was when they kind of came back. Counterparts. I'm trying to remember now. Is Counterparts before or after Test for Echo?
Before.
I think it was right before. Yeah. That album is solid the whole way through. A lot of great tracks on there. A little more maybe radio friendly to an extent, but I mean that's got like Cut to the Chase and Nobody's Hero and Everyday Glory and Double Agent and Cold Fire. I mean, a lot of great tracks on there. But Test for Echo, man, it's got like Driven, Resist, and maybe it just isn't very good overall. So it's always
like in hindsight, I would agree with you. I think it's a important album for them, to have done, to go into this direction, and for Neil especially.
Well, the interesting thing about that album, Tom, is that's the first tour that they went out where they started doing the evening with. So it was no opening act, because they always had weird opening acts like Primus and Voivod, all bands I like, but Tommy Shaw of all weird things, from Styx doing a solo album. Who the hell else? Candlebox, bunch of cool bands. They would always expose people to different type stuff, Blue Oyster Cult, things, when BOC was kind of down on their luck. But you mentioned 80s Rush, and I want to get to your album here because I don't want to, but this is the nerdy stuff I knew we would connect on.
I'm also here to talk about my album, but can we just stay in Rushland for a little bit?
Yeah, we can stay in Rushland for a little bit longer, no doubt. I'm always good about talking about Rush. Yeah. But like, for example, you mentioned the 80s albums, like an album that I never really loved much until quite a bit later, because I realized how great the songwriting on it was. Hold Your Fire.
Oh, yeah.
That album has great fucking songs on it, man. I mean, practically every song, okay, I can give or take Tai Shan. It's not really my thing, but the rest of the album. What's that?
Even that one. I love that one. Yeah.
It's okay. I've learned to grow to kind of like it. I don't love it, but the rest of that album, man, stuff like Time Stand Still is just an amazing pop song, man.
Dude, like, sorry to cut you off. It's just
no, go for it.
Sometimes my brain, my ADHD.
I'm the same guy. So do it.
On those albums, I think they hit a stride, unlike any other band that from that period, where I think they really zoomed in on the craft of arranging things so well that, like, every line, every the sounds updated, granted, but like
I love that. I love it though now.
Every drum beat,
every
synth line, every guitar line, every vocal line falls perfectly into place. They're so perfectly arranged that these three people just form such a complete picture sonically on those albums, which I think they didn't have previously and they didn't have afterwards.
Presto's another one. Presto's another one that
I don't love the songs on Presto as much as I love the songs on Surprise Surprise, Power Windows.
Oh my God, dude. Power Windows is fucking amazing from start to finish.
Yeah, and it's just, to me, as a fan of all music, it's like, this is what I know. A lot of people don't like the sound of those, and the whimsical nature of those.
Well,
listen,
too much keyboards.
Yeah, too much keyboard. That's like surface level stuff.
But I love that stuff. I love it to death, man.
And if we look beneath the surface level, aesthetics of it, just the quality of songwriting, how tight the songs are. There's not a wasted moment.
Yep.
The fact that Alex fucking Lifeson is a human machine on rhythm guitar, and he locks in so tight and he's so precise. But then the moment he starts soloing, it's like, let's just fly into the unknown, and anything can happen.
Well,
amazing.
Yeah, I think the thing about those albums, especially power windows in particular, and probably Presto a little bit more or a little less, and Hold Your Fire is there sonically. Alex has to find places to place the guitar.
Yeah.
And he does such an amazing job of, like, for example, the solo in Middletown Dreams, dude. Oh my God. Like, does it ever get better than that? I don't think so.
Fantastic.
I just don't think
That's
so.
also why I love Tai Shan equally, because that song, like the guitar work in that, is very subtle. It's like,
it's beautiful.
But those lines are so musical and so you could make an entirely new song out of those guitar lines, and amazing. And
we're gonna do one more Rush. We're gonna do one more Rush thing though here, because I do want to talk about your album, because that's the whole purpose. Sure. But Nate was asking what your thoughts are on Grace Under Pressure.
I was just gonna get to that. I love Grace Under Pressure. Like for some, the songs on the 3 albums after that are a little bit more personal for me, as in, they hold deeper. Neil's lyrics especially hold deeper meaning.
The best
on those albums for myself. So that's the only reason why I wouldn't count Grace Under Pressure in with my favorite of the Rush bunch. But musically and historically, I think Grace Under Pressure is a masterpiece. Super. Man, dude. I have it on vinyl somewhere back there.
Dude, I fucking love that album. I mean, you're talking about Body Electric. Oh my God.
Body Electric. Oh yeah.
Oh my God. The guitar work is insane. Red Sector A. I mean, come on, and fucking Between the Wheels. Drop D. I think that's the first time Alex ever did drop D on a recorded song. That's drop D, yeah. And it is so fucking heavy that the tones they were getting at the studio, those heavily chorus delayed, affected, like fat. He's using that ES 335 or 355, I think.
Totally, yeah.
Oh my God, just that era for me, I'm a weirdo that loves Caress of Steel too, for some strange reason. I love that album. It's just so weird and all out there.
It is.
Mostly for the Necromancer, which a lot of people are like, this is a weird song. I love that song. But I'm oddly not a massive 2112 guy. It always kind of falls somewhere down in the middle for me, but from Farewell to Kings up until Power Windows, flawless albums, just flawless to me. There's that run of albums, and you could maybe throw in 2112 if you really wanted to. I think the production on that one kind of doesn't do it any favors nowadays, but God damn.
Yeah.
So good, man. So good. So, all right, that ends the Rush section of the.
I appreciate so much. I don't get to talk, like, just ask my girlfriend. She'll be like, "Oh, finally he gets to talk about Rush with somebody else."
Dude, I'll tell you what. At the end of this thing, when we end, I do want to talk to you about something, because now knowing that you're a big Rush fan, I got a little proposition for you. We'll talk about it at the end here.
Yeah.
Let's get back to Changeling.
Yeah.
I didn't say this, I don't think, yet, so I'm going to say it now. I got this album. I said it to you when we first came on, but I'm going to say it now out to the YouTubeosphere here. I got this album advanced probably 3 or 4 weeks ago, and based on a lot of stuff in my life that's going on and just how I fit the channel in when I have time, I didn't really listen to it until about 3 or 4 days ago. And I got to tell you, dude, it's been on repeat for especially the last day and a half. I've been like, holy fucking shit. This is an album of the year contender for me easily. Not even a joke. I'm not stroking you. I wouldn't do that if I was semi-interested in the music. Well, first of all, I wouldn't have reached out to have you on. 1, 2, because that's kind of what I do. I don't bring on people just to get clicks and views. If I don't like something, what's the point of me trying to help sell it if I'm not enjoying it?
Yeah, for sure.
This album is fucking epic, dude. You should be incredibly proud of this. And it's not even a genre that I would say I'm particularly deeply aligned with in a lot of ways. But that's the thing. It blurs so many lines I kept going, oh shit, there's the Cynic part. Oh, there's the Morbid Angel part. Oh shit, there's the Rush part. Oh, damn, there's the Vi part or the Satriani part. And there's the Obscura part. And blah, it just was like, and I've got some notes in here. And by the way, I'm just going to ask this question. Do you like Michael Ockerfeldt at all?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. There's a little bit of Opeth in here from little bits,
definitely. Yeah.
Little bits and pieces in those octave slides. That's very Ockerfeldtian, which nothing wrong with that, man. Nothing wrong with that at all. Because Opeth, I think Mike's one of the greatest fucking composers of progressive death metal that you will ever find out there. That's my personal opinion. So album of the year contender, how does that strike you hearing that? Is it just weird, or are you like, oh, this is cool?
It's cool. It's really cool. And listen, Jeff, I'm like, I try to be as straightforward and honest as I can be and transparent. So I would love to be like, oh, I'm so honored. I've never expected this. Thanks to the Academy. I've spent 5 years on this album. If I didn't want to at least get this reaction from, as you've heard the album, it's not for everybody. It's a lot. It's a big old bunch of complicated and
it's massive. That's the word that explains it.
Music, and it demands attention, and it demands repeated listening.
Yes.
And I know that this already disqualifies me from a lot of people's listening habit, and that's fine.
Yes.
I don't need anymore. But I do know that the people who are open to this, regardless of genre, but the people who are open to like the big album, the big conceptual piece that takes you on a journey that stays with you for years, that you go back listening on headphones again and again to pick up more little details that you haven't noticed before, and those kind of listening experiences, the people that are open to that and search for that, I write for them. And in 5 years of development time, I wanted to give them the best album they've ever fucking heard. That's the truth. Maybe some people find that arrogant, but I just think that this is what I want to have as a goal, as an aspiration. Anybody's, it's anybody's own decision whether or not I lived up to that goal. That's, maybe you don't think so, that's fine, but I'm not going to stand here and say, oh, I never thought that anybody would like this album. No, I worked on this album for 5 years, or 4 years, and then 1 year of waiting, trying to get that reaction of people. That's it. So I really enjoy hearing that now that that the album is going to come out, and that people like you and we already established that we have a lot of similar tastes. This is an album made for people like you and people like me.
Yes.
And so getting that reaction then feels very fulfilling, but it's also like, yeah, nice. This is full circle. You know what I mean?
I think that's a great way to put it. Especially one of the leadoff questions that I've gotten away from. I had a little script, but now I usually riff, and that's where I find the conversational thing happens, and then it doesn't feel like it's a canned interview, and I hate those. But one of the first questions I was going to ask you, and you just answered, was when did the gestation of all this material and these pieces and parts start to percolate? And it sounds like 5 years ago. So before we do that, I wanted to touch on something that you said about, this isn't an album for everybody. We live in the TikTok world, man. We live in the world of this thing, right? Where it's constantly pulling us away. It's constantly sucking our life into it in a lot of ways. It's giving us life, but it's taking from us a lot too. And we live in this, and you mentioned you were ADHD, so am I. Okay. I don't take medication for it because I don't want to, but the bottom line is my mind is a hamster wheel sometimes, where it's like got 8 hamsters running at once. And I'm like, oh, I got to get to that point. And it's funny, I'm known in my YouTube group of metal guys as the mouth, the guy that can, but I'm also the guy that brings the strands together and keeps everybody engaged and moving in a direction when we're talking about topics, when we do live hangs where we just talk for like hours about metal and music and life and all that stuff. So you seem similar to me in that respect, in that the ADHD world is a tough one. This is, if I can get through this album, if you can create this album, there's something special there, is what I'm getting at. Because as an ADHD dude, I'm the guy that starts an album on YouTube that I want to check out, and I'm like, oh wait, squirrel, I want to check this out too. Oh, I want to check that out. Oh, I want to check that out. And it's frustrating at times because I'm like, motherfucker, just stick to what you're doing and finish it.
Yeah.
This album, I kid you not, Tom, this album start to finish it grips you. And the best thing I can say about it is the further you get into the album, the better it gets. I'm going to say it, the much better it gets. The first two tracks I like them well enough. They set the table. This is going to allow you to segue into your rap about the narrative and the conceptual part of this. But as you're moving into the album, man, these tracks get just fucking epic, dude. And we're going to talk about a couple of instances once
please,
you go through. So tell us about the gestation, the narrative, the ideas behind, or ideas. I think there's a lot of ideas that create this thing. And then when you're getting to that point where you're like, okay, I've got something really special here, I need to integrate other players, and then bring in the story of bringing Morean in and your relationship to him, how he gets involved.
Right.
You see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so let me try to give you a little bit of the timeline for the album.
Sure.
I think I can't. The thing about Changeling is that I also can't really talk about it without giving the little bit of the backstory that I have with this band called Obscura.
Yeah, can we just stop there for 1 second?
Please.
And the reason I do want to ask you a little bit about Obscura, but later, but there is a touchy thing that happened in recent times, right? You'll have to let me know. Is that verboten at this point or no?
No, fuck it.
Okay, go for it. All right, go for it. Give us the backstory.
So just briefly, like maybe it's better if I just continue the timeline because we're going to get there anyway.
Yep.
So, yeah, I didn't end up studying jazz to bring it way back to that.
Okay.
So I didn't end up studying jazz, and instead I just became a working musician, moved to Berlin, and with a suitcase and a guitar, and then just started working as a musician. Blah 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 blah. Years pass. I play with all sorts of people, different bands, different projects, and some are cool and some give me a lot of fulfillment. For example, I'm in this fusion prog band with Jimmy Pitts and Marco Miniman, and we do 2 albums, and it's all very fulfilling as for this little prog nerd who's now living in a big city and trying to get by as a musician. But I have very little to show for it in terms of like a career where people know my name or money that I'm making, right? So, and then on top of that, I become a dad of 2, and like in my mid-20s, then suddenly kids are in the picture, and I'm like, fuck, what do I do? And there's serious consideration about actually hanging up music. And there's a very tough time in my life where I have heart surgery, and I have a couple of surgeries. At some point, I'm not really sure if I'm going to make it, or if some surgery I'm going to leave the room, alive. Sure. And those thoughts are in my head. And so, like I told you, I haven't written music for many years because this experience with my first teacher and role model just left me crushed with my inspirations. And so I just tried to make it as a guitar player. And so I come out of these troubled times with all the health issues and the heart surgery, basically saying, okay, that was a close one. I think I need to at least, because I know like it could happen tomorrow, I could be gone. So I need to get back to writing and releasing my own music. I don't want to die at some point not having done that, because I always wanted to do that. And so I set out to record my first solo album, which coincidentally has all the songs, or at least a bunch of the songs, that I wrote when I was 17, 18, played to this guy, and he was basically saying nobody's ever going to care. So I'm finishing those tracks and recording it and self-funding it and releasing it all by myself. And that's my first solo album, Fear is the Enemy. And that then starts my career as Fountainhead. And people start like little by little, first nothing happens, and then a couple of people take notice, and then, a couple other people take notice. And then my friends, Christian Münzner and also Hannes Grossmann, who are in Obscura at that point and used to be a necrophagist, we hang out and I give them the album and they think it's cool and they take a liking to it. And long story short, then when there's a lineup change happening in Obscura, Christian calls me up, and we've been friends for years at that point.
Right.
And he calls me up and he's like, "Hey, do you want to take my place in Obscura?" So like I have kids, I have bills to pay. I am a very unsuccessful musician. Of course I'm gonna say yes. I don't even care what's on the cover. I don't even care what the band is. I know Obscura. I've seen them live because of Christian, but it's not like I'm a big giant fan or anything. But I'm like, fuck yeah, let's go. Because that's it. That's the moment I've been waiting for my entire life at that point. To be in a band that tours international, and that where people, a band where I get to do what I do as a composer, I think at that time, as a composer and a guitar player, and I get to do what I do best, but for many more people, and I can get to share the best of what I have to offer on a much bigger platform. So that was everything I've ever wanted at that point. So long story short, we do the album. It's a very tough time. It's a very tough situation, confronting me with a lot of things that I had never, ever had to think about and, concern myself with, of personal politics and psychology, and just very, very difficult situation. So the album comes out, and before the album even comes out, I get fired. And I get fired a week before we go on this epic American tour for 6 weeks. I'm literally sitting on my bags packed, waiting for us to go on tour, which is my very first opportunity. I'm about to turn 30, and I've been doing music all my life, and I have never been on a proper tour because just nobody ever wanted to give me a job like that. And so I'm sitting on my bags and like, fuck yeah, let's go. Have all the material prepared. And the album was going to come out, and there's a fuck ton of stuff that I wrote and stuff that I put everything in. And suddenly I don't have that job on anymore. And then the album comes out, and it's somebody else, in the photos and in the videos, and they're just trying to pass it off as somebody else's work and all of that shit. And I was crushed. All of my dreams were crushed. And so it was a very traumatic time for me, and it's a very traumatic album for me, which with a little bit of distance did a lot for me. But at that time, it felt like everything was taken that I had worked for was taken away from me in with the snap of a finger. And so long story short, again, it took me a long time to really touch that kind of material and that specific style from the Obscura record. And in the meantime, I've done hundreds of albums with so many people. So, did all sorts of projects that I'm very, very proud of. But I didn't want to touch that specific sub-style of metal as a composer, because I just, like, every time I would think about it, I was like, ugh. You could say I get triggered because it was a very ugly time.
Yeah, it felt like touching a hot stove or something like that.
Yeah, for sure. And it's like, because that's such a touchy subject, as you alluded to, like, to this day, people don't know the except for the people who have been in the band and out of the band, nobody really knows what's going on there behind closed doors.
No, I think a couple dudes in Exist know, because I know those dudes well.
Yeah.
I know those dudes well. So Mac
Yeah.
has been on, and I know Alex really well. I run into him a lot in Baltimore.
Yeah.
So I think the funny thing is, let me just interrupt for 1 second here. The ironic thing is that I might be going to see them at the end of the month, because one of my best buddies in the music biz is Kelly Schaefer. And
yeah.
Kelly, obviously, Atheist. And completely not that dude. He's the opposite of that dude.
Yeah.
And it's going to be interesting. So I guess I better be a little careful what I say, not because I'm looking to have that guy on, because I'm really not, because I'm not really necessarily a huge fan of that band overall. I did listen to the album that you were on, how do you pronounce it?
Acrosis.
Acrosis. It's very, very good. I don't think it's anywhere near as good as the album that you just are releasing, to be honest with you. But again, it's not my jam so much most of the time. So I don't.
And listen, it's not mine either. Like I would be a liar if I said like this is what I would listen to privately.
but the reality of it is that particular guy, we don't have to say his name. Yeah. He's not endeared himself to a lot of people.
I know. It's just it took 8 years for that to reach the public.
It's a shame, man. I mean, that whole thing. I mean, you were pretty instrumental in helping write a lot of that material, if not all of it. I don't know. You can say or not, but
yeah. Well, we can talk about that in a little bit. It's just let me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Get back on the train. It's like the reason I'm bringing this up is that a lot of people have asked me for years why I'm not writing something, why I'm not starting a band in that project, why I'm not joining a band in that style, because that's where most of the people who know of me as music fans know me from. That's the album was in the US charts. I think I may be wrong about that, but I think it was the album for that band that moved the most numbers in terms of album sales. I could be wrong. Like, don't come at me with forks and knives if I bumble that. But just saying, it was a big one for me. It was very traumatic. And the reason I mentioned that there was stuff behind the scenes that was very traumatic for me is just to make people aware that it wasn't that easy. I couldn't just get up in the morning and say, well, let's continue where I left off with that album. Like, it wasn't that simple. It took me years and years of therapy and on working on myself and of just getting on with life to come to terms with all of this the happenings around that. And then in the early days of the pandemic, or just briefly before the pandemic, Christian Münzner and I, we were talking, and he was in a similar headspace regarding Obscura. And he was like, yeah, man, all of this shit sucks. I can't perform the songs that I wrote for that band, and like all this, drama and like the problems. And then we basically said, well, listen, why don't we just start a project together? Why don't we just write an album together? We're both prolific songwriters if we want to. So let's just write a bunch of material in that style together, back each other up, and then put a band together, maybe go on tour if people dig it, and then play this stuff again, just reclaim that. Why don't we do that? Together we could do that. Well, because I was very afraid still of doing that on my own. I wouldn't have dared to touch that at that time. Still.
Right.
So he's like, yeah, let's go. Let's do it. So again, long story short, it didn't work out quite like that. So first of all, Christian and I, we go back a long time, and we've played together and we've hung out a bunch of times, and we respect each other a ton, but we've never written music together before. And so we both kind of assumed that it was just going to be a breeze.
Yeah,
and
but it's not.
Yeah, and it was not. It's not that easy because we both have very different but very distinctive styles of writing, styles of playing, and it's cool when those things collide. But it's not an easy fit. It's not like the pieces just slide into each other by nature. So yeah, it wasn't going as well as we both, I guess, had expected. And then he got the offer to rejoin Obscura. We all know how that turned out, but at that time, that's what he did. And so he took the songs that he had written for the project, and those ended up on the band's A Valediction album. And then I had all this leftover material, and I really had to sit with myself for a little bit and be like, okay, so yeah, what do I do with that? Like, I don't want to just give it up. But I'm not perfectly happy with the state of material right now. So what do I want to do? And that, I keep saying this, but long story short, I decided to just get on with it, and then turn it into my own project and continue writing and continue fine-tuning. And then instead of making it a duo album, just do another solo album. But the concept would be that I reclaim that heritage that I brought into Obscura and reclaim and basically pick up where I left off from my side of things on that Across's album, and that eventually turned into Changeling. That is the backstory of the album.
Okay.
And that's when I really started, during the pandemic, writing hard and write all the material that you now get to hear from those first couple of songs that were in the can.
For you and Christian, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, in the interim, though, real quick, because Nate's asking a question about
Yes.
Defeated Sanity there. How you've done some stints, and admittedly, I'm a little hazy on this stuff because it's not a lot of. I didn't have a lot of time to figure out what was going on there, but you've done some stints. Did you play with Defeated Sanity or on an album, or just do solos, or what?
No, I went on tour with them on a US tour, because Defeated Sanity is a very particular thing. That's all from Lille Gruber's brain,
right?
And he calls the shots, and he does whatever he wants to do with that. That's
right.
And
you were a hired hand for that.
Yeah, you could say, just like Max.
Sure.
So Max was on that tour. It was Max, me, and Alex Weber.
That's right.
Basically filling in for different reasons and playing the material, because Lille at that point had this idea, because he had done a ton of albums in that super brutal slam, technical slam thing that they do so well. Right. And he felt he wanted to change it up a little, and so they did this really cool double EP thing where they basically do a split EP with themselves. So like one side is super caveman guttural,
right?
Caveman shit,
Defeated Sanity stuff, yeah.
Yeah, and then the other stuff is
more
proggy and going back to Cynic, Atheist, early Death, those kind of influences. And then he just wrote in a very different way, and he leaned way more into the two guitar thing.
Okay.
And because in Defeated Sanity, originally they had two guitar players, but one of those two guitar players, Christian, was also in the band at one point, like way back in the day. But the other guitar player was always Lille's dad, Wolfgang.
His dad?
His dad, yeah.
No way.
He started the band with his dad when he was like 12 years old. It's crazy.
I didn't know that. I know Defeated Sanity, but not really. I got to be honest with you.
Oh, dude, like you asked Lille to come on. Like you guys would have a great time.
I'm sure we would, but I don't know that I could honestly say to him, I love your music. I've tried it, and I got to go back.
I have a good story about this for you, because
okay.
It took me a long time to really appreciate Defeated Sanity for what they do. Because it's so extreme, and
It's so extreme.
It's so extreme, but it's also so fucking good, and it's so unique. Like Lille is somebody like we are extremely different people.
Mm-hmm.
You would not necessarily, have the two of us on your bingo card as in working together, because we are like completely different ends of the taste spectrum, I would say.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
But if there's one thing that I extremely respect, it's somebody who has a vision of his own, and he goes for that vision and he refines that vision, and he just, how do I put this in English? Like, there's a well of that specific style, and he's just getting water from that well again and again and again.
Okay.
And he's broadening the well, and he's deepening the well, and he, sometimes he puts a little bit of wash into it, sometimes a little bit of nails and charcoal. But
Okay.
that's his well, and he just keeps mining it, and it's nobody else's well but Lille. And I respect the fuck out of that.
That's cool. I mean, I know a lot of interestingly, if I'm not wrong, isn't Defeated on Seasons?
Yeah, that's just a funny coincidence that we are now labelmates.
Yeah, because Will, I think, hit me up with their last album, which came out late last year, I think.
Yeah.
And he's like, dude, check this out. I don't know, it might not be your thing. And I'm like, yeah, bro, I'll go back to it. I'll try, because Nate's giving me shit too and saying, dude, you gotta get he did say, it's funny that you said that about Lilla, that we'd get along really well because we have a lot of that same sort of energy, connective points. But it's like I don't want to. We'll see. I'll check it out. I'll definitely check it out, particularly that EP, that dual.
Yeah,
EP
that's
thing.
a cool EP. So long story short, again, that seems to be the phrase of the day. So long story short, because I wanted to tell the story. Okay, so because you said you don't really like Defeated Sanity so much, like from what you heard. So way back in the day when I first moved to Berlin, Jacob Schmidt, the Defeated Sanity bass player, and we were in a different band together, and he was one of my first close friends in Berlin after I had moved here. And so I went to see Defeated Sanity. It was my first show in Berlin that I got to see it was Defeated Sanity, Obscura, Suffocation, and Sinners Bleed, I think. Sinners Bleed was a legendary, semi-legendary death metal band from Berlin. So
that's a lot of crushing. That's a lot of crushing, brutal death metal right there.
Yeah, and Obscura opened, and they fucking sucked, man.
Well, now is this post you joining or pre?
No, way before.
Oh, way before. Okay, all right. Okay.
That was 2006 when I moved to Berlin.
Oh, okay. So they weren't very good.
Berlin, I see Obscura, and they were like that's before Hannes and Christian and Jerome were in the band. So
okay,
okay, whatever. And then Defeated Sanity come up, and by that time I'm already shit faced. When I was still drinking. I've been sober for over a decade now, but I was still drinking. I got shit faced, and then at some point I run into Lille, and I'm literally like, "You're the guy from Defeated Sanity, huh? Your band fucking sucked. I hated it."
Way to go! Way to go! But you got the gig ultimately at the end, huh?
Well, yeah. Like 10 years later, we ended up, working together in Defeated Sanity. But
that's funny.
It took me a long time to appreciate it, and I certainly didn't appreciate it then, and I couldn't get past the super guttural vocals most of all.
Yes.
And but if you listen to an album like Chronicles of Lunacy, the recent ones, it's a particular brand of music that's almost as complicated as what I do on Changeling, but in a completely different way. It's like it's 3 instruments playing together, most of the time playing in unison, bass and guitar playing in unison most of the time. So where I do things
a lot more vertically, a lot more counterpoint.
By combining a lot of different things on top of each other. Lille has a similar level of complexity in a horizontal way.
Okay, yes.
How the lines work and how the different riffs repeat and the motifs, how he works with motifs, that I don't think anybody else is doing that in death metal at all.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense now that you say
And
that.
that doesn't mean that you have to like it. Same as, doesn't mean that people have to like Changeling. But I think Lille and we have forged different but similar paths in the way that we have found ways to put very extreme complexity of music in very different ways into this style of death metal that people seem to be interested on. And I think we both have our very individual lanes that we found. Lille, I think he found his lane a lot earlier than I did. And so, yeah, he's been mining that lane, and he still keeps it fresh. And I have so much respect for the fact that he's still doing that. It's still like his passion and his purpose in life, and he keeps finding new ways of doing that thing
that are somewhat
highly respectable.
Yeah, that are somewhat fresh, right?
Yeah. So anyway, at some point they do this EP. They need a second guitar player. We've known each other for a while. I have played with Jacob in a different band, and blah 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 blah. So I end up doing it. We have a great time. End of story. And then they went back to playing usual Defeated Sanity stuff. So then there was no need for a second guitar player anymore.
And then what about Belphegor and like, was that something? Was that just a? Yeah, because that doesn't seem like that'd be your thing. I'm
not at all.
Yeah.
Okay, so Belphegor had reached out to me even back in 2016 when I was when I had just not been in Obscura anymore, and we're looking for a guitar player back then, and I didn't end up doing it. And oh man, this is gonna sound terrible, but when the pandemic ended, I was in a really bad state. I had gone through the worst breakup of my life, and I was a mess. I was a complete mess, and I was just really putting my own pieces back together at that point. And we just had the pandemic. We're coming out of the pandemic, so nobody has played anywhere.
Yeah, right.
Especially me with my history of almost getting to a point where glory calls, and then
I got you.
So I was just desperate to go out there and play. And then suddenly I get an email from Helmut from Belphegor, and he's like, yeah, we're looking for a guitar player, very short notice. It's going to be all the big summer festivals, and then we see. And so yeah, I ended up going there, and I don't want to talk about this a lot, honestly.
That's fine.
Let's just put it like this. It really wasn't for me, and I did not have a good time.
Right.
I did my best, and we played some good shows. I had some good times on the Latin America tour with Suffocation and Incantation, who are both fantastic bands, and made some friends along the way. Played to 35,000 people in Mexico, things like that. So there were some bucket list items there. But that's all I'm going to say to
that's
that.
Fine. That's fine.
I did not have a good time there.
Just to be clear, I don't even know the history of that, so I wasn't doing that to bait you into anything, because I don't know anything about it. So I do know the Obscura stuff. I do know that, but I did not know this.
Yeah. And before anybody gets their panties in a knot, I'm not throwing shade on anybody. It's just that
just wasn't your thing.
It really wasn't my thing on a lot of different levels. And
and I think people, the lay fan, shall we call them, the lay punter out there, they probably don't understand that bands are very complex dynamics of interwoven personalities, and their marriages in a lot of ways. Especially, they're actually even closer than marriages in some ways, because you're on a tour bus or in a fucking tiny little van, and in bunching up in hotel rooms across Europe or the States or wherever you're touring at. And if you have personalities that don't mix well, it can be an incredibly uncomfortable situation to be in.
Yeah,
And so I think that the lay fan doesn't always kind of get that. Just like they always go, "Hey, play in my city here in bumfuck Iowa." Here, it's like, dude, you realize there's nothing around you for hundreds of miles. They're not coming to some bumfuck little club to play when they're not going to make any money when 15 people are going to show up. So I think there's a lot of that having been kind of ancillary. I mean, we talked about Porcupine. We didn't really talk about Porcupine Tree. We talked about Steve. When I met Steve in 1999, they played a festival here in the States called Nearfest.
And I remember Nearfest.
Yeah, Nearfest. And they would bring these disparate bands in from Europe and all over the place, Italy and UK and all that stuff. And PT headlined it. I believe it was for the Lightbulb Sun album, which would have been 99. Yeah. And I got to know those guys. I got to know Steve actually in 90. I'm sorry, that was not 99. That was 2001. 99, I got to meet Steve at this shitty little club in D.C. On the Stupid Dream Tour. They were driving around a bus that was called the Jesus Bus. It was an old school bus that had like a cross on it that had been removed, and you could see that. So they called it the Jesus Bus. And I meet Steve, and we start exchanging emails, and one thing leads to another. And by 2001, I become kind of their U.S. guy for getting people involved in street team activities and promotional activities. And the thing is, though, man, like when they came over in 2001, this is after Lava signed them and In Absentia was in the can and about to come out. They played a club in Philadelphia, and I can tell you right now, there wasn't 125 people there, max.
I believe you. Yeah.
And now they come back after all these years and they play Chile, and it's 15,000 people. You're like, what the fuck just happened here? Even when I saw him on the last tour for the incident down in Richmond, Virginia, there may have only been 700, 1,000 people there. But I'd also seen him play like Radio City Music. And so it's just one of those things where these things that you think as a fan are happening, often the reality is very different from what you think is happening. In other words,
100%. Yeah,
especially with this kind, especially with death metal or technical death metal, you're not gonna appeal to hundreds of thousands of people or even thousands.
True. And to what you said earlier about marriages and in bands, remember the old Morbid Angel T-shirt slogan, "Extreme music for extreme people"?
Yeah,
that is really true.
It is.
It's really true. From a musician's perspective, I can tell you that in this specific scene, there's a lot of people who are very extreme in their personalities.
Yes.
And it can be very difficult to find lineups and combinations of people that work for the long term.
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, you have to be crazy to begin with.
I think you're right. You do have to be a little crazy to be to want to be a musician anymore.
Yeah, true.
And B, to definitely be in death metal, you're really fucking crazy. Yeah. So what? Okay, so give us a real thumbnail sketch because we're at an hour and 20 now. I want to get you out of here in 2 hours. Is that cool?
Whatever happens. It's fine.
Okay, so let's come back to the narrative of the story. Talk about that, because when in Justin's interview, you talked about apparently you had given him instructions on how to listen to it. So I'm curious, because he didn't go into that, and I don't remember if you got deep into it. I'm curious to know what that meant and why, and what the ramifications are of that, and how I may have approached it differently. As I said, and I want to make this very clear, this is an album that you can't take in mini bites at all. You really should clear the table, focus, listen all the way through, and if you're a music fan, if you're a guitar nerd fan, if you are a fan of layered, complex music, and this is very layered and complex stuff, dude. You know that. You put it together. I don't have to tell you.
It is. Yeah.
You will find some stunning things happen when you're as the bouquet. You open the bottle of wine and the odor kind of, you pour it in the glass, you swirl it around a little bit. You waft it, and then you go, okay, I didn't hear that the first time around. So it was really on like the fourth or fifth time, I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. And as a guy that plays, not like you, I can't do all the sweeping shit, but as a guy that plays and does write music, I could really appreciate the depth of detail that goes on in all these tracks, even the beginning tracks, which are a little less, I would say, a little less complex.
For
Not
sure.
because they're not because they're long or shorter rather than the longer ones,
Yeah.
but there's a little less complexity. It's almost like it just builds, man. This album builds into, obviously the monster, which we'll talk about then. But give me a little depth of how this narrative and story you're creating. Tell me a little bit about that, and then of course you got to talk about the players that are involved in this.
For sure, yeah. So it's a concept album on both musical and lyrical levels, and musically, it's happening in 4 chapters. So we have 4 chapters of music that are connected, but they're all very different sounding corners of death metal, you could say. So the basic gist of it is that the album starts as a loving tribute to the past. And the first couple of songs, it's no accident that the songs are shorter and then they're less complex and they're a little bit more not retro sounding, but it's like you kind of know what's coming, with a lot of these ideas and a lot of song structures and the tricks that I have in the trick bag for those songs. Those are things that somebody's done before, and that's 100% intentional. So I set out to reference my own history with the genre, specifically that Obscura album, but then I also reference some of my favorite music from that genre and some of my biggest heroes and influences. Death, Cynic, Morbid Angel, those kind of things, but also more obscure stuff that people would not necessarily know. But that's the thing where the album starts. It starts with paying tribute to the past and bringing back some of the things that have been done before in a hopefully in a cool way with a little twist. But that's all intentional, like all of those references. And when you get to say, oh, that kind of sounds like, or is that a Cynic part? Yes, it is. And it's most likely written to be specifically that. And that's also why I brought in these 3 guest musicians, guest guitar players who are kind of my anchor points to those 3 bands that I reference specifically, which are Death, Cynic, and Morbid Angel. And that's chapter 1. And then as we move into chapter 2, the material starts to progress. The songs are starting to become longer, more adventurous, and then it's still death metal. And I've said this a bunch of times in interviews now that I want this chapter to be working in a way that if you put the needle of your record player just randomly into the songs of chapter 2, you'll be like, yep, that's death metal. Immediately recognize the style still, but then how this death metal is done and like what kind of surprises happen and how the songs progress, that starts to become a lot more adventurous and unique already. And then chapters 3 and especially 4 are where I kind of bring the genre to a place that I think nobody's done before and try to give possible solutions and ideas for the future of the genre, really, and try to do something that nobody has really done before, and the combinations of different things, and maybe also the quality of some things, their ideas and playing, to push the genre forward if I can, and to offer something that hopefully only I can offer. I know it sounds arrogant, but that's really what I think we all should try to do with music, to offer the most of ourselves and to, kind of hone our unique voice, the thing that makes us uniquely us, and to really bring that to the forefront. And I think the last track on the album that's a piece that you couldn't get from anybody else, for better or worse.
Yeah, it's okay. So let's pick apart some of these songs real quick.
Please, yeah.
Because I'm just reading my note here simply because just to get myself oriented back on task a little bit here. I do say what were some of the creative influence touchstones you used to write and craft this album. You mentioned Morbid Angel, Cynic, that type of Atheist, that kind of stuff like that. That the early technical death metal, progressive metal, because there's a lot of crossover. I wouldn't say necessarily that Morbid Angel is progressive metal in any way, shape, or form, but they certainly do pull things in as they got further along. I mean, for all of Trey's idiosyncrasies, and I'll just leave it at that with that word.
Yeah.
He was a brilliant. He was, maybe is, I don't know anymore. We don't know really because of the issues that are going on there, but he was a creative force early on for sure. I mean, Trey kind of crafted that lurch. I call it the lurch. That
good one, yeah.
And it's just that lurching feeling of the guitars just snarling you and pulling you in like a fish hook. You know what I mean? To the next riff or to the next chord progression. But I also hear, like I said, I hear Russian here. I definitely hear lots of Yes, bits and pieces of Genesis, just in the way the chord progressions kind of run at times. I definitely hear Opeth. I'm not going to lie. I hear a lot of Opeth in some of in particular, your octave slides are very Ackerfeltian, if I could say that.
I have a particular part in my head that I think you're referencing to, and if it's the part that I'm thinking of, then you're 100% correct.
I'll give you 3 parts. How's that sound?
Yeah, please, let's go.
This will tell you I listened very carefully to it. Sorry, that's my doorbell going off. Okay, so the first one I hear is world. There's a very distinct kind of climb. I can't remember whether it's ascending or descending, but it's a very Drapery Falls moment.
Interesting, because I know what you're talking about, and that's not the Opeth thing. That's not a part that was actually inspired by Opeth.
Okay, I'll give you
a riff in that very song.
I'll give you 2 more.
While writing it was like, yeah, that's totally an Opeth thing.
I'll give you 2 more. Okay.
Yeah. Cool.
You're like, fuck this guy. He's like picking my music apart and telling me what
I love it. I love picking those things apart and like comparing different impressions. That's super cool.
I have this because I'm a keen listener and a writer myself, because I every song I write has the Leipzig chord, the
I know, yeah.
I'm in D standard, so it's not gonna sound right, but it's got that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like
the F sharp suspended 11 or whatever it is. That's it right there.
Yeah.
That's the one. That's in every fucking song I write. I try not to do it, and then I'm like, fuck, man, I did it again. There it is, right? So
that chord is most definitely on Changeling.
It's okay. So I was gonna say though, with the Opeth thing, I definitely hear some Opeth in Changeling and in Anathema as well. There's moments that I hear. I didn't like say exactly what point in the song, because I didn't want to be that nerdy and really piss you off and be like, oh man, this guy is like being a dick. Why is he pulling out those exact moments? But I definitely hear the Opeth influence in there, because not that no one has ever used octaves before. A lot of people use octaves, but Michael uses octaves in a very specific way that is very melodic. It's very earwormish, and you can hear that. And I could hear it again. Anathema is a 16-minute song. It's a very small little portion, maybe 2 times that I heard it. And also in Changeling, which, by the way, is my favorite song on the album. And we'll get into why in a minute. Nice. That's where I heard these moments. So those are some of the things. But talk about some of the real pressing influences, or did you already pretty much lay those out there for the album as a whole?
Can you repeat the question? Like, what do you mean by whether I
I phrased it this way. What were some of the creative influence and touchstones you used to help you write and craft this album? Like, what would you say? There's the Opeth moment. There's the Cynic moment. There's the. You don't have to go into exact, but I'm. What other influences beside those that you mentioned? Morbid Angel, Cynic, maybe some Opeth. What other stuff was in there?
That's a. That's
that you tomified. That you tomified. If you
yeah,
get
that's a tough question to answer. It's a great question. Don't get me wrong, but because that's really far from the way I think when I write.
Okay.
I know a lot of people would be sitting down with a guitar and then be like, yeah, here's this idea. Kind of sounds like that would mean that I also want to have this idea, which kind of sounds like da da da. And so that there's nothing wrong with this approach. Like it's been done for millions of times successfully, highly successfully.
Right.
Probably a lot more successfully than what I've done, commercially speaking.
Commercially, yeah, right.
The way that I write is very different. So I start with a concept and I start with a structure. So I imagine what kind of song I want to hear. And so my song ideas are usually either reactions to something in the past. I've done this thing or somebody else has done something like that. How about I take that idea and I twist it in that way? That would be my song idea.
Okay.
To give you like a very stupid example, like which I haven't done, but it's like I was listening to on a holiday. I was listening to Haitian Divorce by Steely Dan. I was like, how cool would it be if somebody made a death metal
version of something like that? Yeah.
It's like the stupidest version of how I think that I can put into an example. So I think like that, and then I create concepts and I create structures in my head of roughly what the song should symbolize, how it should sound, and what the structure for that would be.
Got it. Right? Yes, I totally get it.
Yeah. So, for example, the song "World, What World" on Changeling, the structure for that basically was clear from the beginning that I wanted to create this song that had like a very driving, unrelenting momentum from start to finish. Like it starts with a little intro and then it just does not let up. It always pushes you over the edge to the next part, the next part. And the whole song is based around a very tiny rhythm idea, which is da 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 da.
Wow, really?
8 note, 60 note, 60 note, 8 note. Bum,
yeah.
Bum, 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 bum. You hear that's the first thing you hear on the song played on the oud, and then the whole song is based around that in all sorts of ways, and it just keeps pushing. It just keeps going and going and going, and then the idea of the structure was that at some point then this idea dissipates and we are kind of thrown into this final section, which does the opposite, because it's like an open, wide, floaty section that has a Pink Floyd inspired gospel choir on it.
Yeah.
And so that was the idea, create this death metal song based on this very simple rhythmic idea that's just all about unrelenting forward momentum, doesn't have one wasted minute, just pushes and pushes, and then kind of all of that momentum gets like expelled, almost like in an orgasm, like, oh, finally, this final section that then just has you as a listener like float on a cloud for a little bit.
Okay, so is that how a lot of your songs start? I mean, do a lot of your songs start with rhythmic ideas on the guitar, or?
Well, I can tell you that all of my songs start by this way of thinking.
Okay.
And then the idea is that I keep working on the structure in my head until I have a very solid understanding of what the song is going to be. So in a nutshell, I'm not writing from riffs that I come up with and from ideas that I write on my instrument a lot of times, but I come from, like thinking about structures, from intellectual structures. And then basically what I do is I go about it the other way. I'm like, okay, so I need a chorus section for that. Or even more abstract, like, so this is the song idea, this is the song structure, like in World. So now I'm kind of gathering material, and I'm not gathering material as in that I write full riffs and then move on to the next riff, but I write material as in I collect chords and I collect little rhythmic ideas like this one and melodies until I have kind of like a bucket of stuff
Right.
that becomes the main motifs of the song. It's very much like classical composition in that way, that I work from tiny cells of music, and those cells get
coalesced into a bigger picture.
Yeah. So that's why in World, for example, which by the way is going to be the final single and video that comes out on April 25.
Oh, there you go.
24.
There you go.
So,
Right now, is there only Abyss, or is there another one that's come out? Because I didn't know.
There's Abyss, then there's Falling in Circles was the second single, and then
okay, I didn't see that.
Thing came out yesterday.
Okay, cool.
Now, anyway, so yeah, I so have the structure first, and then I write the material that gives me the basic ingredients to make that dish work. Basically, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna cook a shepherd's pie. What do I need for shepherd's pie? So I get the ingredients.
The ingredients, yeah, and then you start peppering here a little bit and that a little bit. Oh, I need a little bit more oregano with this, or a little bit more of that. Yeah, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And so that's why a couple of minutes ago I said that I don't write with my influences in mind, because I'm really not thinking about that. I'm, that comes maybe later during the performance and recording stands, where it's like, okay, I want to record this song a little bit more, I want to go a little bit more for a Morbid Angel vibe with this riff, for example. That doesn't mean the material, but that means the way that I'm playing it will be in the sound, the tone, the timing, the
attack, and all that kind of stuff. Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's the basic gist of it. So the funny thing about this way of writing is that after the fact, once the songs are done, then often I go back and I'm like, this kind of sounds like an Opeth thing now.
I see. Yeah.
But it didn't really
hear it in the moment. You didn't hear it, or yeah.
So,
and I mean, that makes a lot of sense, because I'll sit down and I'll just start fucking around on the guitar and making. A good example of that is I've got this really cool acoustic piece that I've been working on that I want to work with my daughter on. And I'm doing this, and I got this chord, and again, I'm in D standard on this, and you won't be able to hear it, but I'm playing this chord that
I can hear it a little bit.
Oh wait.
Yeah.
Right, you're hearing that. So I'm writing this cool piece. I'm writing this cool piece, and I'm really into it. And I'm like, man, that chord is so cool, man. Nobody's used that chord before. And a couple weeks later, I don't know why, but it might have been that I realized I didn't have any of the first 4 Ozzy albums. And I went out.
I was just going to say, that's Ozzy.
It's the fucking Randy Rhoads Diary of a Madman chord.
It is.
And I didn't even know that song. I never tried to play that song. It was just something, because it goes, it starts out as it's kind of a, shit, I should just get the acoustic, really. We'll do it at the end. I want to show you, maybe we'll do it offline. I'll show you what I'm working on and see what you think of it. But I heard it and I'm like, motherfucker, man, of course somebody wrote that and wrote a huge song out of that chord. And I'm thinking, I'm special here. I came up with something super cool that nobody else has ever done. And it's like, yeah, everybody's done it. But
that's the beauty of music. You could totally still go for that chord.
Oh yeah.
Arrange it in a very different way.
Oh, it is. It goes from that chord, which I don't even know what the name of it is. It's in C minor. Yeah, C minor. But it then goes to a B minor, and then it goes to an A suspended, an A2. And so it doesn't sound anything like Diary of a Madman, just that one sequence of notes. So let's tap back into a couple more things here. I do want to get you out of here shortly. How did you arrange? I do want to talk about, before we end, well, we'll stay on the tracks, and then I want to ask you how you pulled all these guys like Mike Heller, guys like Morean and all that stuff in, because we didn't yet address that here.
Sure.
But a couple of the other things I wanted to hit on were, so you got like for instant results, you got that big chorus, man, that big Morean style chorus, which he's very adept at putting those together, man. Those multi-layered harmonized choruses that they just.
I got you on that one because that's not Morean.
Oh, it's not. That was you.
No, it's not me either. So a little side story to this is that on the album, obviously Morean is the lead vocalist, and you know he was the one and only choice for this album.
Mhm.
But Morean and I, we both like, and yep, Nate, I see you. Mike Heller is the drummer. Anyway, so what was I going to say exactly? So he's the main vocalist, and we both also like very layered and rich harmony vocals, and you know, just stacking harmonies with clean vocals, all of that. That's something we both really enjoy, and he's been doing that with Alkaloid a bunch.
Yeah.
Now, what you have to know is that Florian was he was in a bit of a tough spot with his breathing apparatus during the recording. So he like his nose was stuffed all the time.
Okay.
He was not having a great time at that point.
Okay.
Singing and breathing. Poor guy. Like he went above and beyond to make these recording sessions happen. But there were some limits to what he could do. Right. And also time-wise, he had the lyrics written, and then I had demoed all the original vocal lines that I had written for the entire album. So I came 100% prepared to him. But then once he wrote the lyrics, most of those we had to fine tune and completely change to just fit the lyrics in there. And so we had a lot of work to do. We had a lot of stuff to do, and we recorded in two big sessions over a couple of days each, in Matthias Landes' studio, who is the old Dark Fortress drummer and who was really kind to let us use his studio. And so we worked until we were completely exhausted, and Florian did such a phenomenal job. However, there were some limits to what we could do. We couldn't get to all of it. And what we couldn't really do that much at those sessions were like layered harmony vocals. We just didn't have the time.
Sure.
And then Florian we would have to prioritize some of the takes for the main vocals, because if he had tried in his condition with his breathing apparatus to hit some of the high notes for a repeated period of time, then his voice would have been out of commission.
Shot. Yeah.
You know. So we had to be strategic. And so I was like, hey, listen, I have this buddy at home that I work with all the time. We've been recording together tons of stuff, and we're good buddies. And his name is Alex, and Alex is the lead vocalist of a band called Via Nova. Who's a very cool, up and coming, little bit metalcore, but also totally doing their own thing. They're really cool. We've done a bunch of stuff together. I've arranged orchestral stuff for them, and I worked on their first demo, their first EP way back in the day. So lots of connections there.
Right.
I was like, yeah, let me see if Alex maybe can help out with some of the harmonies so we can have an easier time concentrating. And I didn't even think that this would be like a winning combination, because they are complete opposites, like in terms of tone, voice, technique, style, timbre, all of it. They couldn't be more different, the two of them. And then we just tried it, Alex and I, and it turns out that by a cosmic coincidence, their two voices match, like they're filling in the blanks of each other's voice.
So you lucked out, a little providence there.
Total lucked out. And then Alex and I ended up basically tracking the entire album with him on backing vocals. Some of the stuff is Morean doing lush harmonies, at the beginning of Abdication. That's all Morean. But then when it comes to all those super extensive, multi-tracked, distorted demon voices
Yes.
that you hear in the background. That's usually Alex. And then his big moment on the album is that first chorus in Instant Results.
Okay, that's him then. Wow. It definitely fooled me. I thought it was all Morean. I did.
No, that's Alex. That's Alex.
Wow.
Yeah. So shout out to Alex. He's
Well, okay, so real quick,
gentleman.
and again, I'm thinking about you in terms of time here because it's getting later there.
It's fine, dude. I enjoyed this conversation.
How you said Morean was the only choice, and it, for those that don't know, I don't know why you don't know, but if you're a metal fan, you really should know who Morean is. Alkaloid, Dark Fortress. Who else is he involved with?
Well, he used to have his own band called New Nuclear, non-nuclear,
non-nuclear or whatever it is. Yeah,
I can never pronounce that.
But Florian also does. Actually, he works with orchestras, right? I mean, he's very tied in with. Is he tied in with the? And I don't know where he's located in Germany. Is he in Berlin or?
No, he is in the Netherlands.
Oh, he lives there now, right? But he's from.
He's been living there for the past 25 years or so.
But he's originally from Germany, right?
He's originally from Bavaria in Germany, but moved to the Netherlands to study and then stayed there.
Okay, but he writes, to my understanding, and he may have said this in my interview. It was like 9 months ago, and I don't remember stuff from last week. So that's just the old guy. I got the olds here. Does he work for like writing actual classical pieces, right? Am I wrong about that? Yeah,
that is his job. Yeah, he's a composer,
classical composer
by trade.
Now, how long have you known him, and when did the realization hit you that that's the guy? Because I know you're all tied in with, all you guys are very well known to each other. I mean, through not just the Obscura link, but all the European tech death scene.
Yeah.
How long have you said you've known him a long time, right?
Yeah. Well, I've known him personally since 2017.
Okay.
And when we both played with an Egyptian artist called Nader Sadek. So
Nader Sadek, yeah, I got it. I didn't know you were involved in that. I didn't know he was either. Wow.
I played tons of shows with him. We played Canada, we played the US, we played all over Europe. We played, and I went to Egypt 3 times and had, dude, the stories that I could tell from those Nader Sadek shows, like every show, like another crazy story, like you wouldn't, like the dirt level craziness.
Oh, okay, that's We'll leave that to some other time. But
so anyway, so that's when we first met in person. But I've been aware of him way longer than that. So, like I said, I have been friends with Christian Münzner for a long time. So obviously, I also checked out Obscura. And then when Omnivium, the album, came out, I don't remember if Christian sent that or gave me that album, or if I just checked it out because. And then I had tons of friends who were like, "Oh, fucking Obscura, that album, shit, fucking shit." So I checked the album out, and there's this song called Velocity on it, and it has a guest solo from Morean, and it's, that's a very, very interesting piece of guitar playing, but also writing. And it's this very specific thing that he did with harmonics on the guitar, and also sampling his guitar and then piecing it together in Pro Tools. So he blurred the lines between what a human can do and what a machine can do on that solo in a very specific and super interesting way that inspired me, a ton. And so then I checked out what he was doing. Who is this guy? Obviously, as a guitar nerd, I want to know who this person is. And then I kind of fell into the rabbit hole, checking out his first band, Nuclear, who has their last album that they released, their official albums, absolutely phenomenal. Which also has Linus on bass, who then I ended up being in Obscura with. And
Linus is in Alkaloid, I believe, right?
yeah, but we were together in Obscura.
Oh, I see. You were together there. Okay.
But so that album was fantastic, and then I found other stuff by him and just uncovered a world of interesting art that this person is creating that I felt really drawn to and just really impressed by. And I felt that there was like a mind at the other end that was working in very interesting, unique ways, and that I wanted to,
bring into this project.
Not that was later, but just I remember listening to Morean's compositions and what I could find online and be like, I think that's a cool person. I think.
Oh, so you wanted to approach it more, and you wanted to approach it more, and I want to work with this guy one day, sort of.
Yeah, just subconsciously, I already thought, okay, this guy is cool.
Yeah,
that's a really interesting musical personality that I can relate to a lot.
He was very cool when we interviewed. I was a little nervous. I wasn't sure how he'd be, but he's fucking.
Oh, he's the coolest.
Yeah, those guys were so fucking cool, man.
Yeah, he's just the best. But anyway, and I think he was starting to become aware of what I was doing around the Obscura days. And I also done other ton of stuff around that time. Just right after Acreasis came out, there was my second solo album, Reverse Engineering. There was the Pitts Miniman album, the second one that came out. So it was a rush of releases that had my playing and my compositions on it. And so I think he also then became aware of what I was doing in Obscura, but also out of Obscura, and then kind of had me in the back of his mind for a while. And then we met shortly after, and we're like, "You're cool. Yeah, you're cool. Let's be cool together."
Yeah, exactly. It's not. Then it becomes more of a friendship based on non-musical things as opposed to musical things.
We have so many interests in common, and just things that we find to be fascinating, and a lot of those shared influences are on Changeling now on this album. And
I think too, you both seem to be pretty highly evolved intellectually. You know what I mean? You seem to be both really intelligent guys. So that always kind of connects. It's kind of hard to hang out with a dude that you're like, hey, this guy's cool, but goddamn, he's fucking dumb as shit. I don't want to hang out with this guy. You know what I mean? Like that happens on occasion. You're like,
I still to this day, I have the irrational fear that Florian at one point wakes up and he's like, well, actually, Tom is like really dumb.
Yeah, he's a knuckle dragger. What the fuck, that kind of thing, right? How'd you bring? I'm not familiar with Arran at all. I do know of Mike. Mike plays in Malignancy. He's also in Raven. I just had John Gallagher on not too long ago and I've seen. Sorry, man, forgot to.
That's fine.
My phone on quiet. How'd you get those guys involved? And one of the things I wanted to add about one of my issues with tech death to some extent is the fact that drums are so triggered and they sound often so kind of fake a lot of the time to me. That's my perception.
Yeah.
You mentioned suffocation. Never been a big Suffo guy, even though I love old school death metal. I don't know what it is about the New York scene. It's a different sound than the Florida scene and the European death metal scene. And I never really got into them until I finally went to see them with were they opening for Death to All?
Mm-hmm.
I think they were opening for Death to All 2 years ago. And I went down as a guest of Max and saw him in Philly because I'm in Pennsylvania. And I was like, man, I'm gonna hate this suffocation shit. It's gonna be terrible. And I was pretty shocked. And I met Terrence, who I know, who's good friends with Kelly. And so it was kind of that little talk to him. Terrence was fucking cool as hell.
Terrence is cool as shit.
He's cool as fuck, man. That dude is so cool. But the one thing I did struggle with, even with the live performance, was that they were having trouble getting the triggers to.
Yeah.
and it's just such a mechanical sound that I like a little slop in my drumming, to be honest with you. I like a little bit of a feel. And what I was getting at is this album, I don't pick that up as much on, even though it may very well be very triggered. I would assume to some degree there's quantization. Is that how you say it?
Well, there's a big difference between triggered sounds and quantization.
Well, help me understand that then. I'd be curious.
Well, using triggers is basically somebody hits the drum and then that signal gets sent to a sampler, and then the sampler gives you a different sounding hit. That's what a trigger does. It's like whenever the drummer hits the thing at that specific point in time, there will be a different sound triggered to replace or augment that original sound.
Yeah, so it's augmenting like the bass kick, the kick.
Yeah, exactly. So because once you get to a certain speed of double kick, once it's like, it's very hard,
can't differentiate,
impossible to have the same volume. Right. So
it all becomes a blur.
Even the best drummers in the game, once they get to that speed, it's very hard to hear that on the live show and picking that up with mics. Then it becomes like from
it just becomes a hum almost, sort of, when they're
exactly. So triggers, they don't change the drummer's performance in that way. They can be used for that, but the basic gist of it, the basic idea is that to augment and replace the drum hits whenever they happen, so to have more consistency and more audibility of every hit.
Okay, I got it. Okay.
Right.
But quantization is taking things and making it all the same, exactly.
Yeah, quantization is when you have a grid, in your DAW, and then it's like, okay, so this hit was not perfectly aligning with the quarter note, so we're gonna fix that.
We're gonna fix it.
I can assure you that on this album, which is also making it, stand out from the tech dev crowd, I guess, there's zero quantization happening on any of the main instruments.
Yeah, and I could kind of feel like I could hear that. I imagine there's so to get a little nerdy for the guitar geek in me and you and anybody that like Nate's great guitar player, by the way, real great guitar player.
Nate.
What did you do all of your guitars through a DAW with plugins, or did you reamp, or what's the story there?
I'm going to tell you in a bit, but I think since we spent so much time on Morean, I really also want to talk about Mike and
Sorry.
Need to have their moment in the sun here.
Sure.
So Mike, I met while playing with Defeated Sanity. We played a show in the Netherlands at Netherlands Death Fest, and he was there with Malignancy, and so we hung out. We became friends and had a great time. And I saw him play, was very impressed, and so we kept in touch. And as these things go, when you're looking for people for a new project, you're not going to some hotshot, crazy virtuoso of YouTube or of somebody's recommendation, but you want to hit up the people that you know personally and that you already have a rapport with. And so Mike was in the back of my mind for a long time. And back when Christian and I were still thinking of doing this duo project before it became Changeling, then he actually mentioned, hey, I'm talking to Mike Heller to do drums for me. What do you think about him? And I'm like, yeah, cool. I've met Mike. He's awesome. He would be a natural fit. So we already were talking about Mike as the drummer. And when I took the project under my own roof, I also talked to Mike and was like, hey, what do you think? So, do you want to still be involved if it's just me? And he was totally up for it. And then he remained on the project as the drummer. It took endless amounts of times. No shade to Mike, but fuck me sideways. I waited like 1.5 years for him to come off tour or to have enough time in between Fear Factory things to record this album. Like what I've told you, 5 years of my life are in this album, but I've waited on different people for at least 2.5 of them.
Which that's the struggle when you don't have, like, when you're a solo artist that's creating a, shall we say, file sharing band, because that's what it is right now at this point. I mean, whether it becomes a live thing, we'll address that at the very end. But if there's a need for, if there's a call for it, you know, I mean, the drumming on this thing is fucking unbelievable. It's just, I mean, I won't lie to you. Seeing him with Raven, like in the flesh, I wouldn't have envisioned that he's this kind of player, but he's a fucking monster, man. He's unreal.
He's very versatile.
Yeah,
that's basically what made me consider him first and foremost, because I needed somebody, knowing what the material was going to be and knowing what I like in a drummer. I knew it was going to require the extreme technical chops for this kind of music, but it would also require an evolved musical understanding, and it would involve being comfortable with odd times. It would involve being comfortable with soft passages with like lots and lots of dynamics.
Dynamic. I was going to use the word dynamic. He's a dynamic drummer.
Yeah, and it would also involve it. I would need somebody who doesn't edit their stuff, who can play that for real, because that was in the cards from the get-go. That's also part of the traumatic history of the Obscura album. I was absolutely hell-bent on, if I do this album, if I revisit this particular style, I'm going to do what we originally agreed on that we wanted to do, even back on the Across Obscura album, but which did not happen for reasons that maybe someday I shall disclose. But let me just say that in the original production plan for that Obscura album, it was like there's to be like very little to no editing, everything played for real, very little tinkering, and guitars not being edited to death. And unfortunately, that did not happen on that album for reasons. But I was like, okay, now if I actually have full creative control, now nobody's stopping me for doing that. So that was a big topic during the production of this album, which also led to all the orchestral instruments being recorded for real. There's like in moments on the album, there's VST instruments like layered in for sonic reasons.
Okay.
But all the performances of every instrument on this
real.
album is real. Yeah.
Okay.
And so that's a big part of the sound of this album, that it was from the get-go supposed to not sound like the current wave of death metal, to like all real performances, not edited to death, not triggered to death.
No AI.
No, certainly no AI.
Yeah.
And also none of the current wave of like extremely pumped up artificial mixes, which all sounds like an Architect song. Like I'm not throwing shade on anybody who does that. No, it works. Like I love Rivers of Nile, for example. They have this super modern, who's the producer, Mark Lewis sound. Works perfectly for them. Awesome. No shade at all. Great. But that was really not what I had in mind for this album.
Ironically, Rivers, literally, those dudes are 30 minutes up the road from me.
Ah, cool. I just saw them last week.
Oh, did you? Oh, then you saw Cynic then too, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Ah, nice. Did you get to talk to Paul at all?
No. I was there with my bass player Reuven from my live trio, and he's a huge Cynic fan, just like I am. But he talked to Paul a bunch and got autographs and got to really hang. I didn't meet Paul during the
Paul's a sweetheart. I almost bought
Paul before though.
I almost bought one of the Strandbergs last year. I ended up going with a PRS instead, but we were going back and forth about one of the Strandbergs, kind of a rare one actually. I kind of wish I would have grabbed it. I need to check in with him to see if he still has it.
Ironically, I got to play the original, what's the brand that Paul used to play during the Cynic era?
During the Cynic?
During the Cynic era, way early 90s, like the the original headless guitar that he played.
Oh, Steinberg, was it?
Steinberg, yeah, exactly.
Steinberg's, yeah.
Steinberger.
Mm.
So
Steinberger, that was it, yeah.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, so maybe Max will be like, no, hold on, you're misremembering this. But Max brought that Cynic guitar that he played during as a backup guitar during the Defeated Sanity tour that we got. So I got to play that Steinberger.
Oh, nice.
I think it was a Steinberger. Maybe I'm misremembering.
I don't remember off the top of my head.
I remember the bus with Defeated Sanity, like endlessly noodling on that headless guitar and having a grand old time.
Now you're with Aristides? Is that what
Aristides? Yeah.
Okay. I must admit, I do not know much. I know Max is using Ormsby's now, I believe, right?
Yeah.
And I don't really know much about the Aristides, but and I it's weird. I mean, you're gonna laugh at this. Maybe you will. Maybe you won't. I mean, you play a headed guitar, right? You don't play a headless.
I don't really like the feel of headless guitars.
Yeah, so. I'm like that too for some weird reason. Like I like big headed guitars, obviously. It's just one of those things where it just, I don't know, it doesn't feel metal. I don't know why. It just doesn't feel like.
I don't have those. Like, okay, I'm gonna give you a tiny little bit of a Belphegor dig here. I remember going with my Aristides to the Belphegor rehearsal room with Helmut, and he's like, "What is that plastic faggot guitar? That's not a metal guitar."
Oh shit! Oh yeah.
No, and the Aristides guitars are actually made from a lightweight metal.
Yes, I know that. They're kind of like the old. Do you remember the Parkers?
Yeah,
the Parker Fly is very much this. It's like carbon. It's like a carbon fibers mixture.
I think the Parkers way back in the day were kind of like a spiritual predecessor to what Aristides are doing now.
You're right.
I can tell you those are, and I'm not saying that because I'm endorsed by them, but just generally those guitars are the best. They are just, to me, the best guitars for heavy music that I personally have come across.
Where are they made?
In the Netherlands.
Oh, it's Netherlands. Okay, yeah. Nate says, imagine how weird it would be to see Masvidal with a headstock.
Totally.
It really would be weird.
In my mind, those two images are eternally connected. Paul,
it's funny how that stuff happens. You know, I mean, that, you know, you kind of like a lot. It's like imagining Eddie without Frankenstein or something.
True. And we're both old enough to remember that Cynic were so not cool back in the day.
Oh, very.
And the headless guitars were so not cool back in the day.
Yes.
I remember trying to pitch the Focus album to my metal buddies, you know, when we were teenagers, and they were like, "Look at that guitar, that's fucking gay."
Yeah. It's funny.
So much hate around that, and just most uncool thing for all the metal hardline dudes. Look how the tides have turned, huh?
Yeah, it's funny, when I was looking to buy that guitar from Paul, Kelly and I were talking one day, and I'm like, "Hey, I'm thinking about buying that," because they were out on tour last in 23. I went down and hung out with all the guys, and I'm like, "Hey, man, I'm thinking about buying one of Paul's Masvidalians." He's like, "Dude, that's not a man's guitar." I'm like, "Come on, bro." And Kelly's not that way. He's not that kind of guy. But he's like, "Bro, it's just not metal enough. Come on, Jeff. You got to stay metal." I'm like, "All right, man.
We determine what's metal for us. I don't.
That's right. Fuck yeah, exactly.
I always hated that gatekeeper mentality. That's not metal.
So do I.
I can determine what I want to be metal, and if you don't like that, then fuck off. Because to me, metal is about creating a sort of freedom for yourself.
Exactly, man. Do what works for you, right? Do what works for you.
Sure, and that's why Paul is such a fucking icon, because he did stuff
nobody else was doing back then.
Nobody else was doing, together with, you know, Sean and
Jason. who's on your album, by the way, we should mention.
True, yeah. And I also got to work with Sean Reinhardt before he died, fortunately.
Oh, did you really?
Oh, yeah. So those people were, at that point, nobody gave a fuck, and they were running against all sorts of boundaries,
Exactly.
And people gave them so much shit, man. And I also remember a time when Cynic wasn't a thing, and Sean and Paul were doing Eon Spoke, and they played a show in Berlin, and me and my drummer buddy, we were there like bugging them the entire evening, like asking all these nerdy questions. There were maybe like 10 people there.
Yeah,
and
I know.
so
Isn't that sad?
To see Paul, unfortunately, Sean are no longer with us,
Yeah,
but
we
to
lost
see at
them,
least
right.
Paul now become such a legendary figure, and then he's playing, people are playing his headless guitars now, and it's a cool
pretty
thing.
cool. It's pretty cool.
This gives me a lot of satisfaction.
Yeah. It's I mean, Paul was integrating fucking Holdsworth into death metal.
Yeah.
Like, who was doing that? Nobody else was doing that shit. And I mean, a lot of killer players, Chuck and Bobby and fucking Andy Laroque, who's also, see how we tied that in there? Andy Laroque is on your album as well, does a solo. To bring, there were some legendary players coming from that era, but Paul was definitely Paul and Jason in particular were very trend-setting, because they were doing something that nobody was doing in death metal at that point in time. Not even Atheist, who had two great players too, in Rand Berkey and Kelly.
Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
Did I tell you that I auditioned for Atheist a couple of years ago?
No.
Yeah.
I did not know that. I'll have to talk to Kelly about that.
The funniest timing, I was playing shows with Belphegor, and I was in the Netherlands recording, like in between two stretches of shows with Belphegor. I was having like a little pocket of time where I visited Florian, and we recorded the Changeling album, the first batch of recordings, vocal recordings for that.
Mm-hmm.
And then while he was still sleeping, in the morning I would get up and practice this one song. I think it was just one song. Blah 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 blah's dream.
Oh shit.
But you know the one.
Yeah, I do know. Yeah.
Intro, and then anyways, so I'm recording that one song because a buddy of mine had hyped me up to the fact that they were looking for a guitar player, and then he was like, "Hey, I'm sending in videos, and should I give you Kelly's number?" And it's like, "Yeah, okay, why not?" And so I just say, "Hey, should I send in the video?" And then I send in the video, and then never ever heard from him again.
Are you serious? Oh no, I'm gonna have to give him. I'm gonna have to give him shit about that.
Dream. That's the song.
Incarnation's Dream. Yeah.
Incarnation's Dream. Thank you.
Yeah. The interesting thing is he's got some young cats now.
I've seen them play in the current lineup. They're amazing.
Alex Haddad and Jerry Watunsky, beautiful guys. Just Jerry's the sweetest kid ever, man. I love it. He's a kid because he's younger than my kids. My kids are almost 30 now at this point. So I have two, that one's going to be 29 and one's going to be 27. So they're not.
My kids are teenagers already.
There you go. So the struggle is real. Talk about your bassist real quick.
Yes,
how that all?
Finally. So like I said, I wanted to bring in people that I already knew and had worked with to keep it in the family, so to speak. And to know that I had a rapport with people, because that's also a thing that was traumatic during the Obscura thing, coming into a completely new lineup, and then just finding out that there was like an anti-chemistry with a certain person in the band. And so I really wanted to avoid something like that happening in any kind of way. So I wanted to bring in somebody else that I had worked and toured with, somebody who's like really well known and respected as a bass player in that scene, to kind of line out the super group vibes. And it's not really hard to guess for most people who that probably was, but I'm not gonna name names. But it didn't work out scheduling wise, and he was like, "Yeah, sorry, I'm swamped. I'm
gonna guess. Can I guess?
No.
Okay. Is the initials SD?
I'm not gonna say anything.
Okay, all right, okay. You already told me. I know now.
No,
No,
so
I don't know.
Anyway,
all right, go ahead.
so
We're
there
back
may be
here.
a little bit of the French Canadian in there, but
okay,
so
okay.
that didn't work out. And then I was thinking of Arran because I had remembered him very fondly from things that I've seen on YouTube and him playing with a really cool Swiss band called Virvum, whose album I had bought and really liked. And just a couple of things. And he had, and I didn't even remember at that point that he had reached out to me at some point on Facebook and be like, hey, if you ever need a bass player, I'm up. And I didn't even remember that. And he told me about this just recently. And I was like,
Really?
Really, that did happen? I had no idea. So
Yeah.
anyway, I reached out to him and I was like, hey, I really like you playing. Can I send you some stuff? And I'm doing this thing. And long story short, again, that was one of the best musical decisions and personal decisions that I've ever made, because that was the wild card, as I like to call it, bringing him in as the one person that I didn't know previously in person, because he's the sweetest guy. He's super cool to work with. He's God damn it, if he's not one of the best, if not the best bass player I've ever had the pleasure to work with.
Where's he from?
Phenomenal. He's from the UK.
Okay.
So him on this album, phenomenal. But if you listen to the album and hear his parts, it's like, oh, man, this dude is fucking sick.
Yeah, he's
But then
good.
if you know what the parts are, if the ones that transcription books come out, for example, and people are going to see what the actual parts are, they're going to be like, okay, I thought this guy was amazing. Now I know
it. Now I know
I
it.
don't even know. Because
I was trying to say, did he play fretless on here?
Yeah.
I thought so.
There's one little part that's fretted, which is like maybe 15 seconds long. Everything else is fretless.
Okay, that's what I was going to say, because you can, obviously it's a very distinct sound, which kind of ties in now to another element of your playing that's kind of unusual, fairly unusual. Yeah. You've been playing fretless guitar for a long time. I have a fretless Ibanez bass that someone gave me that needs a neck adjustment. I've never fucked around with. I don't feel like I'm good enough. I could wind my way around. I'm good enough to wind my way around, but I wouldn't sound.
Yeah, I hear you.
But what led you to that? Because while it's not the dominant thing on this album, it's not the dominant sound, or maybe it is, and I just can't tell. Mm-hmm. But I can hear some of the what I call the bendy sort of stuff. Which, by the way, are you familiar with the artist, the French artist Blut aus Nord?
Yeah.
Okay, Vinzval. Okay, a very unique thing that guy came up with, that kind of bendy thing. But I don't think he plays fretless that I'm aware of. But
I don't know, actually. But
it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell with. Yeah. He may be doing it in post-production. He may be doing it in production. He has this sort of warbly, almost like unsettling water. It's like you're on a fucking canoe and it's kind of going.
Yeah,
like
they're really cool.
Yeah, very cool, very distinctive sound. On Changeling, there's a lot of fretless guitar in here, but it's not. I wouldn't say it's overriding that the whole album sounds like it's fretless, but maybe it is. So
you never know.
Yeah, we'll never know unless you tell us. But what led you down that road? What was interesting? Were you looking for microtonal solutions, or not solutions?
So like you already said, it's been a long time that I've been doing this. And
right.
So the origins are very humble. The origin of me playing fretless is like, so I'm a teenager and I discover the internet, and I discover all these super cool, crazy current guitar players at that time. Guthrie Govan, Matthias Eklund.
Oh yeah, from Haji's Kitchen, or what's it called?
No, that's somebody completely different.
Matthias Eklund?
Matthias Eklund is a Swedish guitar player. Haji's Kitchen is Haji's Kitchen is a completely different thing.
I thought that was his band.
No. His band is called Freak Kitchen.
Freak Kitchen. Okay, sorry, my bad.
Haji's Kitchen is pretty cool too.
Yeah, they are pretty cool. But that you're right. It's Freak Kitchen. Yeah.
Anyway,
crazy player. Plays all the fan fret stuff. He does. What do they call that? What's that called? Well, it's fan fret, but there's another name for
it. True temperament.
That's it. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. But even we're talking like late 90s.
Yeah.
So it was Guthrie, Matthias Eklund, and Bumblefoot.
Ron, that's right. Ron's one of the early guys.
Have you ever had Ron on?
I haven't. I need to get him on. He would be perfect to talk to for hours, I'm sure.
Oh man, yeah. If you do, please give him my best, because he, like, to me, he's a god. He's
fucking
god.
And he's so approachable. He's such a nice guy from everything that I've
never met him, unfortunately, but I only hear great things. But anyway, so I get into those guys, and that was the moment when he was just starting to experiment with fretless. And I think he had just released his first fretless song or something, just really getting his toes in the water. And so I had like, oh, interesting, fretless guitar. Okay, cool. And then I had one of my first gigs, public gigs with my band at the time when I was just a teenager. And I was doing all the crazy whammy bar acrobatics. Thought I was Steve Vai. And
okay.
I was
Satriani. Yeah.
And I was just making a fool out of myself, really. But I was doing all the things, and I had a Steve Vai jam guitar, but the cheap ones.
Okay.
That was the only one I could afford.
Sure.
And so do all the whammy bar acrobatics, and the fucking thing explodes.
What, the bridge tore off? Or?
Like the whammy bar, the bridge just got crack and just in my face. So nice. The gig was over, and I didn't have a main guitar anymore. So then I was thinking, okay, I can't afford buying a new guitar right now. What do I do? And then briefly I considered making it a MIDI guitar, like replacing the bridge and maybe putting a MIDI pickup or something, because there was a guy in town who was doing the MIDI thing in a jazz context, and then he was trying to pan flute lines like.
Oh man, yeah, going back to like the old Alan Holdsworth, what's it called, Atavachron or whatever it was called.
Atavachron.
Yeah, Atavachron, and Pat Metheny was one of the early guys that really did the MIDI guitar.
Yeah, Pat Metheny, but like Holdsworth was a different thing. He never did MIDI guitar. What he was doing was he had this instrument that he also had a breath controller in.
Yeah, that syntax thing. That was so weird.
Exactly. Yeah.
That was so fucking weird.
Yeah. But anyway, we digress.
Yeah.
I thought about this, but it also didn't really appeal to me. So in the end, I was just handing this guitar to this one guy who had like a little shop in my little hometown that could repair guitars. And he was just a drunkard who was, manhandling guitars.
Tinkering, yeah.
And so, and I was like, hey, this guitar here, you see what happened? Can you make it fretless? And he was like, I don't know, I'll try. So he just ended up filling the, ripping out the frets, filling the
no
void,
shit,
putting bowling alley lacquer on it.
Lacquer, yeah.
Fixing the bridge, and then it's like, here's a fretless guitar.
No way. That's how it all started.
Dude, I was 16, 17, 18 at that time, somewhere around that.
Yeah.
And I had a fretless guitar. And I still remember, I told the story in an interview just a couple of weeks ago, and I hadn't thought about it in decades. So when I was going to study jazz guitar, obviously you have to go through entrance exams.
Sure.
And so you have to prepare a jazz standard that you arrange and you play. And so I had made, one of my first recordings was, I had made a drum and bass metal version of the jazz standard Blue Bossa on fretless guitar.
Wow.
And I just unearthed the recording of it.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh man, that's got to be wild.
It's pretty wild, because it sounds like me, funnily enough. It's very clearly like if you play this to somebody who has just heard Changeling, he's like, I think that's the same guy. But then it's just on a in terms of quality, it's on a very low level.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Yeah, that's crazy.
But
that's the origin story on how you got into fretless then.
Yeah, my point is that even then I was just running with this and being like, okay, cool, then let's see what this thing can do. So I have never made a solo recording that did not have fretless guitar in some way or form. Even my first solo music that I never released, that then ended up years later on Fear's the Enemy in some form, even that had fretless guitar way back in the day when I was just trying to figure out how to record myself. And I mean, given that fact, I should be a lot better on it than I am. But just saying, it's always been part of my arsenal,
your musical personality.
Yeah, and it's like one of the most traumatic things in my life, and there's been a few traumatic moments, but one of the most traumatic moments in my life was when that Obscura album came out, and then suddenly this guy claims that there's no fretless guitar on the album. And then when people call him out, and he's like, oh yeah, but I played that. It's like that was one of the weirdest, most outlandish, most traumatic moments in my music history, because that's my thing. Man. That's been my thing since I've been a teenager, and I've been working so hard to be the first man eventually to do that on, you know, a technical death metal on that album. And then the album comes out, and just some fucking psychopath tries to take that away from me, that I can't even begin to put my anger still about this moment. I mean, I don't blame you. All like water under the bridge, but
yeah, I don't blame you, man. And that kind of ties in to the fact that you're not the only one that guy has done that to, apparently. Lately.
I know. Yeah, I know. Absolutely. So, and I don't mean to take away from the plight of others, for sure.
Yeah.
But just saying, when we're talking fretless guitar and Changeling, like the fact that happened.
Wow. You know, it's kind of like, I'm sure we talked about Ozzy. There's there's two very key people that were very instrumental in those early Ozzy albums that didn't get a whole lot of credit for all their contributions either, in Bob Daisley and Jakey Lee.
Yeah.
So, you know, there are people that are duplicitous sort of people, and that's a shame. So I don't think I'm ever going to be talking to that guy. I don't really have a reason to talk to him, so I'm not really worried. If I run into him down at the Obscura show with Kelly, I doubt he would know who the hell I am. I'm not some giant music channel he's going to run across this, unless he follows your interviews around, which you never know.
Oh, you can bet he does.
I'm sure he probably does. So
I mean, given the fact that he's found ways to delete and copyright claim any single video of me out there playing Obscura stuff, anything.
Are you kidding me?
You can. I'm not kidding. Even to the point, and this is true story. I have had people send me stuff on social media, like on their phones. Hey, I have this recording of you playing Acrosis. You know, I was on tour in India in 23, playing a headline tour, and also played 2 songs of the Acrosis album, Sermon of the Seven Sons and Acrosis. And there's a ton of recordings of me playing those things, like cell phone recordings of people. He found any single one of them and had them taken down over copyright claims. Every single one.
Wow. God damn.
It's like, sometimes I think it's like in the Matrix, you know, when the creator is in this room of all TV screens, and he's like,
he's just watching for you to
where does he take the fucking time, man?
Here's the deal. You know what you did. I think a lot of people know what you did, because I've seen a lot of people comment about, well, you can tell, in particular with this new album, you can kind of tell that the musical inspiration, direction on that album at the time, now people hear it in what you've done here with this new album that's coming out, and I think you're getting that credit that you're due. Was it really you said it was a 5-year project, so clearly this is probably a self-evident answer, but you had, I mean, the list of contributors here, as far as like everything. I mean, I couldn't list everybody because it was, you know,
I couldn't list everybody if I tried.
but I
So-
mean, was it I imagine it was kind of a bit of a logistical nightmare to get that all kind of together, or was it, or was it over time? It just you worked it in the way that you worked it in.
over time, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, like you said, because it's spread over years, then it was one thing at a time. That being said, though, I can tell you that this entire album has been a giant struggle to get done, just because people don't realize that if you're doing an album, especially like that, you're not getting paid. It's not like
Right.
anybody gives you money to do that.
Right.
And this album ended up being the most expensive album I've ever been a part of, even more expensive than the Acrasis album before that, or any other project. So
Well, that's not shocking looking at the scope of it. It's,
yeah, for sure, right?
it's a massive undertaking, and I'm going to let you get out of here in a couple minutes. I'm not understating this when I say this. This is it's a mammoth album. You should be very proud of it. It's I did want to get into the elephant in the room, though, which is the track Anathema.
Yeah, let's talk about that. But just let me quickly say that making an album like that on that level is so expensive and so time consuming. So the biggest struggle becomes like, how do you pull this off in parallel to all the other things that you do on the, you know, to make a living?
Right.
So
yeah.
like, for example, the transcription book that will come out in a couple of weeks with the album, those are hundreds and hundreds of hours of work just for that. And that is 90% of that was done on planes and on trains going to different professional scenarios for gigs with Belphegor, gigs with other things, production work for other bands.
Are you doing that?
I would be in transit on my laptop working on a transcription book. You know.
Are you doing that on like Guitar Pro or some kind of transcript?
It's going to be in PDF and Guitar Pro form.
Okay, that's I was going to say, because that.
So the cool thing about the Guitar Pro version is that, and like any of those versions will be in every product, so it's not like you have to choose anything. But it's like even if you buy the physical book, you get the digital version with that.
Okay.
But the cool thing about the Guitar Pro version, for those who have that program, is that you can now run that and synchronize that to the album audio. So everything in the transcription book, every little thing you can watch on screen, and you can play in 50 or 25% speed with the album audio if you choose to. You can zoom in on every little thing in the arrangement, have it on screen, and then play that, repeat that with the album audio. It's so cool.
I have Guitar Pro, and I got to be honest with you, I'm clearly not a Guitar Pro because it's way over my head most of the time. It's like I feel like the dumbest guy in the world when I try to sit down and figure out even my own songs. It's like, really, are you this stupid, dude? You know, it's.
I can tell you that during the making of this transcription book, I think I learned more about the process and about Guitar Pro than I had learned in the 10 years before using it on and off.
I bet.
So it was also a struggle getting all of that to that level. But that's what I wanted to say. So the album was a struggle to get done in the way that there was never dedicated time for it, and I just had to find all those pockets of time to get it done one session at a time, spread over years. And here we are. So
this is a true, in the truest sense of the word, this is a true labor of love to get this.
100%, yeah.
Or maybe hate, labor of hate and love. Maybe
no. That's
I'm just kidding.
That's very important to me, because I may still be rightfully angry about things that happened in the past, and this album is also addressing that in a way. It's like,
no.
But sorry to
hang on. I want to interject this thought, because maybe in case you misinterpreted what I was saying. What I was saying was, this is a labor of love, but it's also a labor of hate because you've been battling it for 5 years. I wasn't. I wasn't referring to the.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So,
okay, gotcha now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but even so, like, this is an album that's also it's trauma work in the way that I'm I'm reconnecting and I'm reclaiming some things that were kind of
a liberation.
Yeah, they were not accessible to me for a long time, and so there's a liberation in that way, and it's reclaiming a bunch of those things, and so it's very positive for me to reclaim things that have not been positive in the past, to have a freer reign over that and what I want to do with that and how much I want to interact with that. So
I got a couple quickies on 3 tracks.
Yes,
and I want you to hit the Atmos thing. I want to get you out of here in 15 minutes. So, the intro to Abdication, very, very cool. It's very Tangerine Dream, Risky Business sort of vibey.
Okay.
You know that.
That's so interesting. That I would have never seen that comparison coming in a million years.
Do you hear it?
Cool.
Do you hear it now that I bring it up?
No, not at all.
You gotta go listen to the train sequence of Risky Business, the album with Tangerine Dream soundtrack. It's not even remotely exactly the same, but it's got that same vibey cinematic sort of feel to it.
Interesting. I don't think I've even ever heard that. I know Tangerine Dream, but I don't think I've ever heard that soundtrack.
You need to look that up after we get off and check it out.
Oh yeah, if you have a direct link for me,
I will. I'll get you one. I'll send you one.
Do you want me to tell you what where that specific influence come from?
Yeah, for sure.
Are you familiar with the Studio Ghibli movies?
The who?
Studio Ghibli is this anime studio, Japanese.
I don't know anime stuff. My kids know it and they tell me about it. I'm like, I don't get it. Too old.
No, so that was something that I got into my late teens, early 20s. And there's a composer called Joe Hisaishi, and he is the main composer behind a lot of those movies. And he has a very unique, identifiable style that's very European jazz, but also very classical and very Japanese.
Okay.
And he's one of my biggest influences. And this particular song, Abdication, the first third of the song, where it's mostly orchestral, that's me leaning into that influence.
Okay.
Very hard, and at the same time, it's also leaning, and you will know and recognize, I'm sure. This is leaning also extremely hard into 80s King Crimson.
Okay, hold on. I didn't put this out there, but this is crazy. Listen to this.
Yeah.
Very Tangerine Dreamist, Risky Business, and very King Crimson as far as the guitar arpeggios underneath. It's Discipline. I hear Discipline.
It's Discipline. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Man, dude, we are on some weird fucking shit here. I mean, that's exactly what I put down. Like, that is Discipline. So, and I love Crimson. So there you go.
Yeah.
There's another band that I bet you don't know about that I'm going to have to link you for too. That this reminds me, that intro 3-minute segment, the intro segment to Abdication, because after about 3 minutes, it leans into the more techie metallic side of things. But there's a band. Have you ever heard of a band called World Trade?
I don't think so. No.
I got to send you a link to their 1980. I think it was 89, the debut album by them.
Oh, wow.
So Bruce Gowdy, the guitar player, played in an 80s band called Stone Fury.
Fury.
Dude, their first album in particular fucking rules. One of the greatest heavy metal albums that nobody knows about. Lenny Wolf. Wow. You should know Lenny Wolf. Do you know Lenny Wolf?
Lenny Wolf. What, that rings a bell.
Kingdom Come. Kingdom Come. Do you like it? They did that first Kingdom Come album was very Led Zeppelinish. They had that song "Get It On."
Yeah. For sure.
It sounded like Kashmir. Well, Lenny Wolf sang with Stone Fury first. When he came over from Germany, he came over to LA, and they formed this kind of super group with Bruce Gowdy. But then, okay, so get back into World Trade, Billy Sherwood, who's I believe currently in one of the Yes incarnations.
Yeah.
He was the bass player and singer for World Trade,
I
and
see. He was in Asia too, right?
he was in Asia too. Yeah. So you got to check that out. It's very right. It doesn't sound like World Trade, like a song specifically. It just has a very World Trade vibe that first 3 minutes. But definitely Risky Business and definitely King Crimson Discipline for sure. I love the little arpeggio work you're doing underneath that. It's so intricate and cool, and like, I love this shit,
Dude, that song, I just earlier I had done some work on the transcriptions for that song. That's by far the most complex piece of music I've ever written.
It sounds it. It definitely sounds it.
Yes and no. It's like you can tell that it's a complex piece of music, but I think if I'm very proud of a couple of things on this album, that's one of the moments. That's one of the things I'm most proud, because I'm really big on. I'm not a big prog for prog's sake guy. I don't like. I love Dream Theater like the next guy, but I never liked their tendency to make things sound odd, to like falling down the stairs kind of vibe.
Well, it's just it's over wank. I love Petrucci,
It's
but
a bit wanky.
it's
right?
too wanky. It's too wanky.
Yeah.
And I'll give you this. There's a lot of sweeps on here. There's a lot of arpeggio stuff that you're doing that is tricky shit that I wouldn't probably ever even try to attempt, to be very honest with you, based on my level of playing. And I'm not a bad player. I'm a pretty good player, but there's certain things I know that are outside. Plus, I have this finger that's fucked up from a soccer injury. Yeah, that's a soccer injury that kind of fucked me up pretty bad. So I don't have quite frankly, I don't have the ability now to do sweeps like that. I can do triad sweeps and maybe 4-string sweeps, but I can't do them real effectively. But the thing about this album is, while there's a lot of wank in here, it's not wank that's like oppressively like that kind of.
It's like I hear you. There's things that come with the territory. Like the song "Falling in Circles," for example.
Mm-hmm.
That's me saying, "Okay, I did that on the Acrosis album. I'm going to bring it back." That's the purpose of the song.
I get it.
So it all has a purpose and a place. But my general point is that I don't like I appreciate Dream Theater. I appreciate bands like Haken or Between the Buried and Me, like all great bands. But I don't like, for me personally, I don't like it when it's like prog. Hey, listen to us play in 7/8. Aren't we cool? So my biggest goal is always to make complicated things sound not complicated or sound smooth and sound logical, not the other way around.
Yeah, and I mean, I was a huge Dream Theater guy back in the day, and I saw him for the first time back on the Awake tour, I believe was the first time I saw him. But they got more and more in, especially when Rudess came on board, they got more and more into that trade-off thing between Petrucci and Rudess, with the keyboard chasing the guitar lines and the guitar lines chasing the keyboard. And more and more, I found myself sort of checking out, because it was a masturbatory display, and that it got tiring to me at a certain point. I checked out after Train of Thought, and
I hear you on that one. I don't want to throw shade on anything that they do, because
no,
been a very important band in my life too.
Oh, same here.
I'm just saying, even with Dream Theater, I tend to like the things a lot more that they write, where they make complicated things sound natural and not the other way around. That's my favorites, So Abdication is a song that I'm incredibly proud of, because it's super complicated.
It's
there's
amazing.
moments on that. I think there's a moment where there's 17/8 playing against 13/8 playing against 5/8.
I'm gonna not lie to you, Tom. I'm not a guy that understands time signatures at all. I'm super dumb with it. I can play when I get around people, but I could never play the kind of stuff you do. I just don't have that mind for it,
Well, that's a training thing. It's a training.
It probably is. I learned from ear off of Rush records in the 70s, and that's another thing with tech death that I guess it's kind of intimidating for me sometimes, because it's like, whoa, I could never play like this. It's so over my head, and that's okay. I'm okay with that. You know what they always say, there's always somebody better out there at what you're doing, even though you want to be the best, right? You see
take it from the guy who created a benchmark guitar piece in the song Acroasis back in the day, where everybody was like, "Oh, that's fucking sick," and then a couple of years down the road, I get humbled by the fact that there's 13-year-old girls playing that in a one take.
Exactly. Isn't that kind of sickening in a weird way?
I guess that's just the way it goes,
Yeah, it is. Okay, a couple quick things. Tribal groove section on Changeling. And again, Changeling, Abyss, Anathema, and those are like my 3 favorite songs. Like I said, awesome. It gets better as it goes deeper into the album, because the shit gets way more complex, but it gets way more engaging from a musician standpoint. It sucks you in, but yet there's still a lot of earwormy sections throughout these longer songs. I mean, the last 3 songs, I believe, are about 35 minutes of the album, right? Roughly.
Yeah. So Abdication is 10 minutes long, and Anathema is 17 almost.
Right. But I will say that the track that sucked me in, and the reason I reached out to Will, was Abyss. And the reason I like this song so much is I like dissonant, dark, threatening, eerie sounding shit. And this is the track on here that is that track. It's the it's the Cthulhu monster raising its head through the sea and going, "I'm coming to eat you, motherfucker. I'm coming to get you right now." Yeah. It reminds me of Blue Das Nord, and it reminds me of Gorguts. There's so much angular, just snake-like, spider-like shit going on that. Talk a little bit about that track real quick.
I'd be happy to. Yeah, it's. I think both Morean and we are very partial to that track. That's a shared favorite of the song, and the most fun we had working on it as well. The backstory is pretty simple. I've always sucked at writing that particular brand of song. Like, even on the Obscura Acroasis album, there's a song like that, which is called Ode to the Sun. And that's the one song that I didn't contribute anything to. And oddly enough, in hindsight, it's actually one of my favorites to listen to from that album. But really? I didn't do shit on that. I had nothing to offer to that.
Which song was it? I'm sorry.
The song I'm talking about is called Ode to the Sun from the Acroasis album.
Okay.
That's like in the same vein, like the lurching Morbid Angel-ish.
Yeah. Now, who wrote that? That guy, or?
Well, let's not get into that.
Okay, all right.
If I tell you what I think and remember of who did what, and somebody else is going to be like,
we're good. I just, as I said, I've only listened to that album one time, kind of in prep for this. Yeah. So I can't talk like I have any kind of authoritative knowledge of it. So I don't want to come off that way. That's why I asked the question. That's all.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, just saying that I never was able to write those songs convincingly. I just always struggled with that. And so when I went in to do the Changeling material, that was on the very top of my list. This time I want to crack it. I want to crack the formula.
Yeah.
And it took me a minute to really get it and to really like make the song the way that it is now. Went through endless iterations, but that's also because of that one of my favorites. I think it really is a great combination of stylistic waypoints. Like it's death metal, It has the Morbid Angel influences. It has the Gorguts influence.
No, it definitely has the Gorguts influence.
It also has a little bit of a Nevermore influence.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And there's a little bit of Opeth maybe in there. There's also very obscure things that I can hear me listening to, like looking back, like Death Grips and Sun.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, yeah. I hear the it's probably
Sugar even.
Yes, there's definitely Meshuggah. I was gonna say you don't lean. There are some. Do I say the D word? There are some genty moments at it, particularly in that song, but I don't really hear it as. And gent's not a genre other than Meshuggah, who I got into with nothing, and still kind of follow. Although I think to me, they've kind of played that out a little bit for me. Just for me, I'm not saying for anyone else. Um, I never got into the peripheries and the other adjacent bands. I just never. To me, it was always like no one's going to do it better than Meshuggah. So I don't. Why would I go anywhere else for it? Not to say that other people that do that style of music don't have something to say. It's just for me, I'm looking at it going, okay, I just don't see anyone doing it better than the guys that created it. They kind of are the apex predator of that genre, right?
You're preaching to the choir, my friend. Like
right.
I love Meshuggah.
And I've seen Meshuggah a couple times. I met Thomas, met Jens, and cool guys. But it's not a genre I find myself returning to much. But to get back to Abyss, it would be the one track on here where I definitely hear some Meshuggah-ish kind of vibes, but I definitely hear way more Gorguts, which is a good thing because I fucking love Gorguts.
Like I said earlier, this is really not how I write at all. And then later on, when the song is done, you're like, I see a couple of things have crept in there, and I see how the things I see the influence. It's like I love this quote from Hans Zimmer, who I read lately, who said, things like, quoting Hans, he said, people think that my music is original. I don't think it's original at all. It's just the sum total of all the music that I listened to and liked in my lifetime.
It's like you said, the ingredients for the shepherd's pie, man. That's
exactly. And he nailed it with that phrase. I think that's a perfect way of putting it.
And we all do that as
we all do that.
musicians. Yeah. We all subconsciously steal little bits of this and that to create the thing that is our thing.
And what I do is drawing from many, many different sources. They're all like very concrete sources of inspiration for me. And then I just stir the pot. And then after the fact, I can go back and other people can listen to it and be like, that reminds me of this and this and this.
Right.
And, like not two people will have the same amount of
perspective
for that. Yeah. And the fact that everybody brings a different perspective to it and be like, hey, this reminds me of this. Oh yeah, this reminds me of this. And there's like the long list of reference points. I think that is a clear sign that I've done something right, so that it's not.
I agree.
This song sounds like X, and that period.
I think too. I mean, you could look at Opeth and say, okay, there's the Deep Purple part. There's the Richie Blackmore Rainbow part right there. There's the Morbid Angel part right there. There's the so every artist. Look, man, like there's 12 notes. There's 12 notes.
There's way more than 12 notes.
Well, okay, you're getting into the microtonal shit now, but you know what I'm saying. It's like there's you can't literally, unless you're doing something like John Zorn, or you're doing something that's like literally, and there's atonal weird shit out there, electronic music that does weird shit like Alteca and Aphex Twin and all that kind of stuff, which I love.
Aphex Twin, love Alteca.
I love I love that shit too, man. I was a big Warp nut for a long time.
Dude, I had the entire Warp collection.
Do you really? Oh shit, dude. You and I gotta talk after this quickly because we gotta do some project together on my show. I gotta have you on as a panel person. I'm thinking Rush though, because I think that's where we could really connect real well.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, sounds like fun.
Real quick, because I keep promising to get you out of here, and it's 3 hours.
Don't worry about it. I blocked the entire evening for this, and I stand by it.
Let me ask you a question. Did Will say to you, "Hey, this guy likes to do long interviews"? Did he tell you that?
He did.
He's like, you can talk to him as long as he wants to keep talking. I'm like, nah, I don't want to do. I said to him earlier, I'm like, look, man, I'm probably only gonna do 45 minutes to an hour. I gotta, And I guess that was way out the window like hours ago, but I do want to get you out of here in a couple minutes. Talk to me about the fucking Behemoth.
Yeah.
The name of this song should have been Behemoth, not Anathema. Just saying.
But
Not the band. Not the
get
band.
me into trouble.
Not the band. Not the band. Because they're both names of bands, Behemoth and Anathema.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
And I love Anathema. I love Anathema.
Originally, the song was called Ipsissimus. That was the working title. Yeah, exactly. That was the working title that Morean had, and he was a little bit sad to see the title go.
Did he pull the title, or did you?
He had the working title after writing the lyrics, Ipsissimus, and at some point I wanted to give him his way as much as possible on this album, but that was one moment where I put my foot down. It's like, sorry, I can't do
that title. Okay.
There is another moment. There's another song that had a title. I'm not going to spoil it because to not ruin people's perception of it, but it had a completely different working title that I felt very about, and Florian was really leaning into it, and he really wanted that title.
Yeah.
At some point, I'm going to reveal it, and people are going to be like, "What? Really?"
It's funny. I don't.
That was one where I was like, "No, sorry, I can't do that."
It's really funny. Like I do that too, where a lot of artists come up with like a working title for something, and I always have to laugh. Like I remember, like 2 years ago or so, the guys in Exodus were working on that last album, and Gary posted the whiteboard titles of these songs, and one of them was Cocaine Whitesnake. I'm like, that's a fucking title for a song, man. Keep it that title, But they didn't, of course. But so Anathema. I mean, we're talking 16 plus minutes here. I'm going to read you what I wrote, just so you can kind of riff off that.
Yeah, please.
Of course, the elephant in the room, or on the album, is the massive Anathema track. Tell me how in your creative process you begin to write and record a 16-minute monster like this. What was the impetus that started the track, if you recall? How did the song start, and as it began to unfold, how do you start to channel where it goes and unfolds into? Did you start with eating? I don't think eating is what I meant to say there. Did you start with it being a conceptual idea of nearly a 20-minute song, and was it pieces and parts that you melded into a whole, or was it a slow unfolding process? And the cool thing is that the song doesn't feel like a track that was made of pieces and parts that were stitched together, if it was, to become a 16-minute song. So let me just keep that in mind. Bear in mind that for a moment. When I'm comparing a 16-minute song like this, which is one conceptual cinematic piece, and it's very cinematic, I think.
It is.
It starts here and goes up here and comes down here, and kind of culminates in this intense last couple minutes. I'm thinking of pieces like Close to the Edge. I'm thinking of pieces like Supper's Ready, like 2112, like Lark's Tongue and Aspic, like all these epic fucking tracks that these guys recorded back then, where they didn't have, or here's another really good one, Thick as a Brick.
Yeah, that's a personal favorite of mine.
The interesting thing about a lot of those tracks, though, Tom, is they have recurring motifs, recurring themes. I don't really hear that on this. It's kind of one long. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you can correct me on that. Maybe I missed something there. But I kind of hear it as one sort of kind of like a flower blooming, like opening like this, in that it just continues to sort of open wider and wider, letting you kind of fall into it, if that makes any sense. Whereas something like a song like, Close to the Edge, or even better, a better example, my favorite Yes song, my favorite Yes album, Relayer, the Gates of Delirium, where you have this 21-minute song that kind of unfolds with these somewhat recurring motifs. I always wonder, like, how is it, like, did they set out to create a 21-minute song and it just became that? Or so how did you set out to create this track? Because it's fucking massive, dude. That's the only thing I can think of to say. It's massive.
Well, first of all, thank you very much. Like now that's a flattering part of the conversation when you're bringing in those songs, thick as a brick, you know, close to the edge, those things, and that to be mentioned in that same conversation. So that to me, that's a very humbling thing. That's like, whew, nice.
Yeah, I mean, certainly it's very different styles of music in a lot of ways, but it's got that grand sort of vision, I guess, is what I'm
the material is different, but I think the spirit is very comparable.
There you go. That's a good way to put it. Yeah.
And
so how did it begin? What was the spark that created it?
Very simple. I said that earlier when we were talking about how the way that I write in general. A lot of times things will be as a reaction to something. So this particular song is a direct reaction in that when I decided finally that I'm going to do this album in this style, then I decided, okay, then I will write a part 2. I write a follow-up to the song Weltseele, which is the 15-minute song from the Acrasis Obscura album. And that was the one, there's a little instrumental that I also had complete control of, but that was the one song that is fully mine on the Obscura album that where I was the primary composer, and I also played all the guitar parts on it, so I didn't have to, you know, meddle the vision for that one too much. And so that is a song that has been closely associated with what I do, and that's very important to me, and that I'm very proud of, the Weltseele. And so I was like, okay, well, clearly I want and I should bring that back, and I should and want to make more of that. First of all, because people enjoy it, because I enjoyed it, because it came easy to me. So Weltseele was not a song I struggled with at all. That was one of the pieces of music that came together the easiest. And so I really wanted to bring that back and to write more of that, and to hopefully take that to the next level, if I can, and to see, hey, well, now it's almost 10 years later, so what can I bring to the table this time, you know, in that format? And so it's a direct reaction. So my first thought was, okay, so what was the structure last time, so that I don't repeat the same trick? And then I spend a lot of time thinking about what kind of structure I want to do, what kind of song structure this should be. And I needed to come to get the right kind of inspiration. And then at some point I was, okay, can I go on a little bit of a side tangent? Okay, you're gone. So
I'm here. Yeah, absolutely. I did want to say, did you want to take a bathroom break quick if you're going to get into something longer here?
No, I actually don't.
Okay, you're good. Okay, all
right. If you do, then I'll get myself a glass of Coca-Cola.
No, well, actually, I do. So if you want to go ahead and grab a drink quick, we'll come back.
I will do that. And then get back.
All right. Okay. Sounds good.
Oh yeah. All right.
All right, I'm back. So go ahead and do what you need to do.
No halftime show. That's a funny one.
Yeah, it feels like it, doesn't it? I swear to God, I'm gonna get you out.
Damn, no. Hey, but bring Kendrick on, please.
I swear to God, I'm going to get you out of here at the 3.5 hour mark, because we still have probably 20 minutes of stuff to go over with the Atmos stuff. So go ahead. So go ahead with the story.
Okay, so yeah, I thought about what to do structure-wise, what could be a good approach. So first time it was very simple. Okay, how do I write a 15-minute death metal song with an orchestra or a string quartet? Well, easy. You bring in the band first, then bring in the orchestra, and then you combine the two. And that's basically the structure of Weltseele. It's a little intro introducing the themes and motifs, but then it's like, okay, band, orchestra, separated, and then bringing them together. So I needed to catch lightning in a bottle again and come up with an idea that's similarly cool and self-explanatory, if that makes sense. That it, like, you listen to the song and you just feel what's happening. Even though it's a very complex, long song, it's like, okay, I get what this song is moving towards to, So it took me a long time to get that. And then at some point, this is where I get on the side tangent. So I was giving guitar lessons to this guy who turned out to be an Oscar winner.
Oh, wow. Really?
How is that for a side tangent?
Jeez,
right?
Wow.
So like I had a student, and then this student of mine is like, hey, I'm playing in this cover band kind of thing with my friend, and would you be up for maybe teaching him as well? So I went there and got to meet his friend, and turns out his friend has an Oscar on his shelf because he directed a movie. He's a movie director, that won Best Foreign Movie at the Oscars a couple of years ago.
Wow.
So that was cool. And then, so as an Oscar winner, he was a little bit more wealthy than I was. And so he invited me to his birthday party then a couple of weeks later. And for his birthday party, he rented a bus, and then everybody was brought to the Berlin Philharmonic to see one of his favorite pieces of music, narrated by him before the show and giving like an insight and backstory.
Wow.
And that piece of music was Richard Strauss' Alpen Symphony, the Alpine Symphony.
Okay.
And I had never heard this piece of music before. I was never really into Strauss at all. The only piece of music by Strauss I knew before was Also sprach Zarathustra, which everybody knows from 2001. Dun, 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 dun,
Oh,
dun,
yeah. Dun,
Right.
dun, dun, right.
Yeah, but I wasn't familiar with the rest of his catalog, right? And so then Wolfgang, the guy, just gives this epic introductional speech to the piece, and he's like, yeah, and it was originally called The Antichrist. It's like, okay.
Oh, shit. I didn't know that. Okay.
And so the Alpine Symphony is this musical story, basically. It's a giant symphony with 100 players, right, on stage. And it basically paints a musical picture of somebody ascending a mountain. And so this guy ascends, and he goes through all sorts of different dangerous situations. Sometimes he falls, sometimes he has to get back up again. Sometimes it's like climbing up like a steep trail. Sometimes is watching a beautiful river, and like all these different impressions, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
And then at the top of the mountain, after all this work, after all this climbing, all these different musical things that it throws at you, at the top of the mountain, suddenly there's this clarity, and there's this plateau where it's just one giant major chord, what feels like for hours, like
right, a drone, almost like a drone.
And it's so powerful, and it really makes you visualize that this guy standing at the top of the mountain and just looking out over miles and miles and having a very peaceful, serene moment. After
like a catharsis,
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. But also like after all this work, after all this leading up to, now suddenly everything is clear, and that really blew me away. That piece of music, and that became the inspiration for Anathema, because then I was like, okay, I think somehow I can create my own version of that.
Yeah. Well, it makes the minute you said that, I'm like, oh, I see where he was going with this then, because
if you've heard the song,
it's very much, yes. Now hearing the song 7 or 8 times, it's like, oh, okay, that I can just the analogy of climbing, like say Everest and getting to the top and damn near dying almost the whole entire time. You get up there and you're like, there's just this, I've done it. I'm here. Wow.
Yeah.
And just seeing the world from that view, which very few ever get to see. Yeah, that's killer, dude. That is crazy. Yeah. But now how did you edit that track? How did you build and edit that track?
So what I then came up with this idea, I knew, okay, so I knew where to get, like point B was clear. But then how to get to that point, eventually I tried a couple of different versions and approaches, and then I settled on this idea of having a rondeau structure. So even though I don't agree necessarily with what you said earlier about the song not having like a main motif, there's several main motifs that keep coming back again and again. And there's also an actual chorus in the song that comes back, but it's a little bit different every time, because I didn't want to water down this idea of climbing up all the time so much.
Yeah,
so if you keep listening for it, there's things that are very identifiable that happen again and again and again. But the main thing is that there's a part which is this this guitar arpeggio, this very identifiable, you know, for lack of better words, like
a little bit of sweepage there, right?
Yeah. So it's this busy arpeggio part, and that's the rondeau. That's the part that is like an alarm bell that comes in every couple of minutes or so.
Okay.
So the structure is like, this part is like an anchor point. We get to this point, and then it's like, okay, now we go into this direction. But it always comes back to this part to go back into a different direction. And that happens again and again while we build the intensity, and the work intensifies.
The catharsis.
So we go through all these different.
It's like an epiphany moment at the last couple minutes of the song. Is kind of like the epiphany where like you've arrived. And you know, now that you say that about the arpeggio, the part, and now I know what you're talking about, because now it's see, I could have used those instructions you gave Justin, but anyways, but it's like now I'm seeing it. But what I guess what I meant more was like, when you listen to something like, say, like Close to the Edge, you get those. And now I haven't listened to that in quite a while, but I'm trying to think of where it comes back to like the close to the edge down by a river.
Yeah.
You get that seasons will change I get up, get down. Those reoccur. I didn't quite hear that in there, but you're saying it is kind of there.
Oh, it's 100% there.
Okay. All right. Okay.
So, for example, there is a chorus where both Alex and Morean sing together.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to spoil it here by singing it, but
okay,
it's actually quite a catchy poppy chorus.
I know what you're talking about.
And that happens towards the beginning of the piece at like 3 minutes.
Right.
And then it comes back in, it only gets hinted at multiple times.
Yes.
And then during the plateau, during the big payoff, during the great finale in the song.
Yeah.
Then it happens again, full throttle. So,
yep.
so it's
now I remember exactly
symmetry.
I remember exactly what you're now that you're pointing it out to me, it's hitting me. Tom, dude, this album is truly pretty breathtaking, man. I mean, I
thank you.
I think that I'm really hoping that it gets a lot of attention out there, because it should.
I hope so.
And I don't know in today's day and age how you do that anymore, because of the TikTok generation and we are talking, these are 16-minute song in this case, and 10-minute and 9-minute. That, like you said, it's the people that are going to appreciate it are the people that have a refined sense of exploratory musical desire, to hear something that's challenging, to hear something that's much grander than a 3-minute pop song. Not denigrating 3-minute pop songs. There's so many of them that I love. I mean, we were talking about this the other night. I had a birthday stream and we were singing old songs that, from the 70s. I wasn't even drunk. I wasn't drinking because I don't drink that often anymore either. But I was just singing all these 70s songs, like everybody was kung fu fighting, it's like, and everybody's like, dude, like, you're an old man, like, what are you doing here? Like, what? We don't know those songs. And I'm like, see, that's the thing though, that golden age of 70s AOR, almost every one of those songs was memorable, and they were quick hitting, right? And they were kind of the TikTok stuff of that era. Then you have guys like Yes come along, or King Crimson, or Genesis with Supper's Ready, or Rush with 2112, or any number of many more examples I could probably pluck out of the air if I sat and thought about it, where they challenged that and said, "No, we're not going to do the 3-minute thing. We get it, but that's not what we do. We want to do something that draws you in for the duration of the song and makes you want to go back and go, wow, that was 21 minutes. Okay, I got to go back."
Yeah,
hear that again. That's the kind of track this is. There's so much substance to it musically that it kind of drags you back in when you don't even expect it to drag you in.
Yeah,
because to be realistic with you, like, for example, we talked about Dream Theater, and again, not denigrating Dream Theater, but I see a 32-minute song on a Dream Theater's album and I'm like, oh, I don't think I'm going to get through it. I don't. That's more to say about me than maybe about what they're doing there, right? Yeah. Only because I feel like I've heard it all and they've done it better earlier on. But the thing with this album and that track in particular is it's a mind fucker, dude. It's like it really is. I'm telling you, man, this is an album of the year contender for me, and I don't just say that, like, I don't just throw that out there. And Season Mist is on a roll because they put out Night, the latest Night album. I fucking love it. They're friends of mine. Yes, just to be honest. Okay. And it's killer. And the Great Old Ones came out in January, and that's killer. They're on a roll with this. So I hope they can get as much traction out there as possible with this, because it's a hard thing to do, right? It's a hard thing to do.
Well, like, I hear you on the attention span TikTok thing, but I honestly don't think that that's the problem. It's just it's related to the problem. The problem is that I am first-handedly experiencing this right now, coming out with such an album through the big old label machine, through Season of Mist in 2025. And I really feel how things are shifting right now. Let me tell you straight up. Blabbermouth, Metal Injection, Metal Sucks, Loudwire. We have 3 singles out, tons of press releases. There was one post from Metal Injection within the last 3 months. Everything else completely ignored.
Yeah,
so why? And I think it is because the whole industry is dying. Like, press is dying, print press is dying, magazines are dying.
They are. That's true.
And they are dying because of the changes in the way that people listen to music, in the way that music gets distributed and discovered, for sure. But right now, it's like, you think that the press is doing the same thing that they did 10, 15 years ago, but they're really not. If you look at Blabbermouth, the only thing they're doing is to repost, sure, to get clicks, like slender articles. Or
it's all negative.
Taylor said this about some other dude, or it's like, some giant band from the 80s that,
it's all clickbait stuff, like you said. It's all clickbait stuff.
It doesn't matter if it's like Whitesnake announced another farewell tour, or if it's Corey Taylor said this stuff about some other schmuck. It's like,
well, here's a crazy personal example. You brought Violent. It's very interesting. I've been doing this let's see, since 21, I guess.
Yeah.
But it didn't start out. I didn't start doing the interview thing until probably 22, early 23. So about 2 years roughly. But, and again, as I said, no, it was 22 because we were still in the pandemic. So it was early 22 I started doing it. And I'm trying to remember who my Chewy, Dan Mongrain from Voivod.
Awesome. Yeah. Oh,
He's a good buddy. He's a good friend, great guy, amazing guy, beautiful human being. I love that guy. He was my first interview, and we were doing it. I don't remember I can't remember whether we were talking about. Yeah, I guess we were talking about the last Voivod, the Synchro Anarchy, I think it's called. And I did a deep dive with a bunch of my friends, a bunch of us music nerds.
Hmm.
And you talk about print press, it's being replaced by guys like me. That's the reality. What I'm doing right now is replacing that. And I don't think that's a bad thing, but it doesn't compress everything because you're getting real fans to do this. The trouble is you don't have one getting my stuff out there has been hard. And what I was going to get at here, I'll let you get in a sec so I don't lose my thought. I've been wondering I don't really religiously look at Blabbermouth, but I'll check it once every 2 or 3 weeks to see if there's anything really interesting that I have any desire to interact with or to seek out. Because I mean, I don't give a fuck about what Nikki Sixx says and what Motley Crue's doing and what Poison's doing. I mean, most of the stuff that goes on there is not of interest to me most of the time anyways. But I did find it interesting that some people that I know that are in the YouTube game doing what I'm doing were getting their interviews and articles, something, a clickbait thing pulled out from an interview or whatever. Yeah. And I'm like, man, like why have people would say to me, I wonder why Blabbermouth isn't quoting you or pulling you out. Here, I interviewed Chris McCaffrey from Savatage. Savatage is back without Oliva, but they're coming over to Europe and doing it in South. And I reached out to Chris, and he put me in touch with their PR people and said, "Sure, I'd love to do it." And I'm a small channel compared to like an Anthony Fantano or a Banger TV, which doesn't even really do much anymore. But I'm also a guy that's super tied into it because I'm not doing this for money. I'm not doing this to become famous. I'm doing it to give you guys like you a platform to get the word out and to really talk about shit I like that everybody else should know about. That's what I do it for. I finally got an article. And I didn't even know about it. I went on to Blabbermouth about 2 weeks ago, and I'm scanning back, like weeks back, through all the headlines. Is there anything? And I see this blurb from Savatage, and I'm like, that sounds exactly what was said to me by the guys in Savatage. Like I didn't expand. I just saw the headline. I didn't expand the article. I pull the article up, and there it is. I've made it. I'm on Blabbermouth. Oh my God. I'll be honest with you. I think I got maybe like 10 or 15 subscribers out of it. That was it. I was like, are you kidding me? Like, that's it? That's it. Yeah. And it's what guys that get the clicks and likes and all that stuff are the dudes that are out there putting the clickbaity titles out there. And I'm going to get political for just 1 minute. Just for
okay.
The Donald Trump type titles that are out there. The generally pointing fingers at everyone else and hateful stuff and what's the word I'm looking for? Inflammatory headline type.
Inflammatory, yeah.
And that's not me. I'm not. Yes, we talked about one inflammatory situation here, but we were nebulous about it. But all the parties involved know what's what, right? Okay, no. So we don't have to play any games about that. But I guarantee you, that's not why I was debating whether to even bring that up. I thought I'll wait and see if Tom brings it up, and then maybe we can kind of go into it. And we haven't dove too deep into it. We've just kind of surface discussed it. It was not the point. The point of this interview today was to talk about this incredible album that you put together. And I think we've achieved that for 3.5 hours.
3.5 hours.
Yeah. And
But
so
here's the thing though. We also did touch on, the controversial topic, and you never know if then next week somehow
this is on Bible.
one tiny quote will be taken out of context, and then blah blah blah. Tom Fountainhead accuses blah 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 blah.
Right.
Just like happened in 2016, because
Yep.
exact same thing happened in 2016.
And I mean, look, let's be honest though. This interview going on Blabbermouth, the chances are pretty small about Obscura, because no disrespect to Stefan, I think is the name, but Obscura is big, but they ain't that fucking big, man. They ain't Metallica, so just hold your brake, put the brakes on a little bit here. If you were talking about Lars Ulrich here, you'd be all over the internet forever, right?
Yeah,
but
and that's the thing that is the most mind-boggling. It's like, if you talk about the thing, if you talk about the art, if you have something to offer,
nobody gives a fuck.
Nobody gives a fuck. But if you create slanderous, like you said, inflammatory things, then suddenly your chances go up 200%. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, and it's really a symptom of where we are at as a society, as a species in a lot of ways. Not to say that what's the word? Paparazzi type culture stuff doesn't go back beyond the 2010s or whatever. It does. But I think that the mean spiritedness of it and the antagonism of it is what the tribal thing of, I got to be on this side or I got to be on that side. Am I on the Obscura side or am I on Tom's side? I mean, I would have to talk to you much more in depth privately to even understand all the dynamics of what's going on there. And I kind of know enough to be dangerous about it, right? But I don't really know. And without talking to him, I wouldn't really know both sides. I would know your side, right? But the point of the matter is that you nailed it. Like, the important part of all this is this album. It's a stunning achievement for you personally and for all the people that are involved in it. But it would be horrible to see it just kind of come and go in no time.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm fearing, and that's what we're trying to.
I could hear that in your. I could hear that in your voice.
Oh man, we are. That's what we're up against, and it's what I wanted to avoid at all costs. But now, just seeing that you absolutely can't trust the I don't even know how to call it, but like the established scene media to give you any kind of advantage and coverage for that. And that I have experienced this now with Changeling, which is crazy, but it is also the reality. So you need to find other means of getting it out there. And let me just say that probably it will mean that I will be out there promoting and doing little things and social media content, which is the bane of my next.
Exactly. Yeah.
Until the end of the year, and if I haven't died of exhaustion, then maybe at that point I can even begin to think of other things.
Well, let me ask you this, and we can.
What I gotta do to get this album to people.
Yeah. I wanted to hit the Atmos thing real quick.
Yes.
Did you want to speak to what the plan is there? You already kind of touched on it at the very beginning of the interview. We'll tie it all up with that. And again, I want to reiterate to anybody that's hopefully made it to the end here. I don't typically break my interviews up, but I might, because I'm not a good editor. I'm terrible at it. That's why I do it the way that I do it. I'm also pretty fucking lazy. I'm an old guy, so I'm pretty fucking lazy with this shit. But I want to reiterate to people that it's rare that I get an album sent to me that I throw on and go, ooh, I got to go back and listen to that again right away. Ooh, I got to go back and listen to that right away. I'll give you a perfect example of that. I mentioned that Steven and I are friends, and he just put an album out 3 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, roughly.
I heard it. Yeah.
I had it a month and a half ago, something like that. And when I first listened to it, I'm like, All right, I had to kind of make myself go back and listen to it. One, because I respect him as an artist and as a musician, and I'm friends with the guy on a personal level. And I've had a relationship with him for nearly 25 years. After the second listen, I was like, okay, it's coming around a little bit. Third listen, I came around a little bit more. But you know what? I haven't gone back to it much. I've listened to your album more than I listened to that album, which is kind of
I appreciate that. And like, in your face, Steven Wilson.
There you go. There's your blabbermouth click title right there.
Dude, I would love to hang out with Steven Wilson at some point because I think he's a super cool, nerdy as they come.
Oh, he's nerdy as they get, dude. Trust me.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Yeah. And he's a big inspiration for how to get into Atmos and for the things that I want to do. So,
well,
yeah.
we'll talk about that when I wrap here in 5 minutes. We're getting out of here in 5 minutes, I promise.
Yeah.
What do you want to say about the Atmos in terms of what can you sum it up in like 2 minutes? Like what the plan is, where you're at.
Okay, so the plan is to release the Atmos version about a month after the stereo version. Stereo version comes out on April 24, and then a month after that, pretty much to the day, we're going to release the Atmos version. And it just takes a little bit of time more.
Now, is that just going to be a download, or is it going to be a physical of that?
At this point, only download and streaming. And that has to do with the file sizes, because Abyss, for example, the first single, the Atmos file for that is 5.6 gigabytes.
Holy shit. Okay.
So you can imagine how big a song like an Atmos is. Massive.
Would you ever foresee doing like a limited Blu-ray release of it?
Yes, I'm glad that you mentioned that, because that's literally the only possibility technically that you can do that. It doesn't fit on CD. It doesn't fit on anything else. So we would need a Blu-ray, and Season of Mist don't do Blu-rays as far as I know.
Right.
So there's some possibilities for that. There's like little boutique people who press Blu-rays for spatial audio and for audiophile nerds. But the thing is that you have to really think if that's going to make any money back, because how much does it cost to press Blu-rays
exactly
versus how many people will actually buy a Blu-ray of Changeling for
yeah
5 maybe,
because you got to have the system, and that's a big part of the problem. Most people can't really afford the system. And just to go back a minute here goes my 5-minute bullshit. To go back a few ways to like early 2000s, Porcupine Tree was really kind of one of the very early bands that was kind of, Steven in particular, that were getting into the 5.1 game, and they were trying to push the 5.1 Dolby not Atmos, what was it called? Surround sound, DTS. And the problem with that was they were, to a large extent, not Porcupine Tree, but the industry was trying to push people in the direction of getting these sound systems. And most people couldn't afford that back then, or they didn't have the refined sort of musical, I don't know what the word is I'm looking for here, the musical demand. It wasn't there. The demand wasn't there. And so now going to Atmos, there are these now dedicated places. And this is why I was brought up Steven, because he just got done doing a bunch of promotion for the overview in Atmos, where he went to, I think he was in Germany at one point, I'm pretty sure, doing these, I guess, in theater or in situ type situations where he was doing the playback and then having a question and answer sort of thing. I know he did one in Italy, and he's done a bunch, France. Is that, I mean, like, ideally that would be the cool way for you to get this out, but you're going to probably be dipping into your own bank account to even make that happen, right?
Well, that's the thing. Like, I would absolutely love to do that. And if anybody were to reach out and say, hey, I want to host a listening party, I have an Atmos system, you know, you want to come over, I would totally consider that. It's just a question of money.
Yeah.
Because I'm not Steven Wilson.
Yeah.
Right. And but that's the thing. I see some parallels here, because Steve really pushed that very early on, and he saw a path for an evolution of his own music in surround sound clearly.
Nailed it.
And what I saw, you know, some of his albums I connect with instantly, some take a little bit longer, some I don't connect, but I always check out what he's releasing, because he's an artist that I followed since the 90s. You know, it's been a long time.
Mm-hmm.
My first Porcupine Tree album was Stupid Dream, probably. So that's a long time ago.
Mine was Signify, yeah.
It might even be Signify, but like mid-90s, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So, and I see how his music has profited, not in the literal sense, but artistically, from him being in Atmos. I can totally see that. And now that I'm doing the same, I can see the same path for myself. And I also see myself, not to compare directly to Steven Wilson, who's a completely different person with a different aesthetic, and you know, has done things that I dream of doing on a commercial level. But just saying, I see myself going through the same discussions and conversations that Steven probably had to go through over the years. Why are you pushing for 5.1? Why are you pushing for DTS? It's just the industry gaslighting, you know, the
listener
to buy stuff.
Yes, exactly.
Here's the thing. It is true. Yes, it is true.
Yes, that's true. You're right. It is true.
However, it's true, but that doesn't mean that the technology is to blame. And that does not mean that that there's not a giant potential of musical evolution in the technology. And so let me just give you a little bit of background of how I came to the surround thing. So first gig, Pink Floyd, on the shoulders of my parents. It's fucking quadraphonic sound.
Oh yeah.
And I'm having my mind blown in 1994
as a little kid,
sound moving from there over there during the rock show. And that's always in the back of my head. And then, you know, it never was a thing in my life. I've never had a home theater system. I've never was an audiophile in that way. It's like, oh, obviously I'm a producer and mixing engineer, so that's very important to me. But I don't have the means or the time or the interest to like listen in my fancy living room on a fancy 5.1. I couldn't care less.
Right.
You know, I write this album, and in the time of writing the album, somebody says, hey, I've got like tickets and I have +1 for this Rammstein release show. You want to come with me? And I'm like, oh, okay, sounds like fun. Let's go. So we go and check out the latest Rammstein album in a big IMAX cinema. And they play the Atmos mix.
Yes.
And my brain is obliterated. I don't even like the album, but what is happening on an acoustic level, on a spatial audio level in that moment just suddenly gives me all these light bulb moments. I'm like, oh my God, I have seen a fundamental truth here. Because what I do on Changeling, and you know, even what Steven does or Opeth does, or you know, Devin Townsend, who's a big hero of mine, what Devin Townsend does, it's all based on layering. There's so many different sounds and things that we layer on top of each other. That's half of the fun, right? And how do you, that's one of the cruxes of heavy metal music since the last 20, 30 years. How do you get a big, fat, loud band with tons of distortion, loud guitars, guitar layers, lead guitars, clean guitars, acoustic guitars, a fucking orchestra, synthesizers, or samples, whatever, everything louder, everything compressed, everything, you know, super aggressive. How do you get that through two fucking small speakers?
Yeah. How do you get it to translate? How do you get it to translate?
Yeah, and the reality is, speaking now as a producer and a mixing mastering engineer, doing not only metal but a lot of metal, you always have to make so many sacrifices. Your big fucking giant guitar tone that you loved so much, you can
Yep.
forget about it, because only this amount of it is going to translate. Otherwise, it will cover up all the other
All
stuff.
the other instruments. Yeah. Yep.
The moment that you start working in metal with this like widely distorted guitars, the whole game is about how do you get all these different things that you worked on to even be audible. Not only to translate, but how do you even make that audible in the first place?
Right.
And so sitting there in this movie theater listening to Zeit, the Rammstein album, suddenly I'm like, wow. So now I'm getting that with Atmos, because you can separate, because you have so much more membrane space.
Right.
With 13 or more speakers around you, then you can have the biggest bass, the biggest kick drum, the biggest vocals, the biggest guitars,
Yeah.
the biggest everything at the same time if you're clever.
Yeah, because you're getting all that separation into significantly different channels. Yeah.
Exactly. And it's not a free for all. You can't just suddenly make your rhythm guitars come from the ceiling and expect it to work. But it's such a big step for this music to actually enable you to get your ideas across on a wholly different level, on a wholly different level of quality and immersion, right?
Hence that's the word right there, immersion. Yeah.
So that was the first realization and light bulb moment that I had. And then the other light bulb moment was, of course, then looking into Atmos, saying like, holy shit, this is the first time that this is also compatible in between different listening environments. And is that a giant marketing gag? Fuck yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I was at this panel discussion a couple of weeks ago where one of the main Dolby guys was speaking, and he was also saying, hey, listen, like, let's be real about it. There's no fucking way that two tiny headphone speakers can reproduce spatial audio. It's physically impossible.
Right.
At the same time, the public is being gaslit by advertising that you can have Dolby Atmos on headphones. No, you can't. You can have the translation being made for you, that the mix that for example, have created with 13 speakers in like 9.1.4 or something or more, that is taken by the algorithms, by the technology, and you can still listen to the same piece of music on the headphones. And that's awesome. That is awesome that is possible. Does it give you what the advertisement tells you that it gives you? No, that's a lie. So it's complicated because it's such a great step that's important, but we can't stop here. We can't say, okay, this is what it is. We can't continue to gaslight people into thinking that they can have their AirPods and then listen to an Atmos mix and get the thing that the artist is intending, because they're not. However, the fact that we're now at this point where we have automatic translation through different systems, which we've never had before, now I think what's going to happen, what must happen, is that science and the industry finds a way to bridge that gap and to actually produce systems where you can have that surround sound effect and you can have the full breadth and width of information that is in an Atmos mix on a small speaker, on smaller speakers, on smaller systems, and with less membrane space. I think that's going to happen in the future after we've taken this breakthrough. So sorry for the rant, but this is the state of affairs.
It's interesting because I remember when In Absentia came out, it was one of the very early 5.1. They put it out on initially what was called a DVD audio before they got into Blu-ray, which was the next iteration, which could condense all that information without loss, right? Yeah. The DVD audio was the thing. And I bought the original, big giant cased In Absentia in the 5.1. It wasn't in as a regular CD jewel case. It was in, they had to make bigger cases to make them stand out on the record shelves, and they didn't last very long. So I had that original one. I've seen that go for hundreds of dollars now on eBay and shit like that. But I went out and got a 5.1 system, but it was more for my TV, right? And I think it was like what'd you call it? An home audio system, I guess what it was for the TV. Dude, I could never fucking figure that thing out and configure it right, that the 5.1. So it was, a mid speaker, 2 over here, 2 back here, and then your subwoofer. I could never get that thing to sound where I was like, I don't really notice any difference. Like, what the hell? What am I trying to hear here? So, like, I have a bunch of DVD audios that I bought back then that I can't even play them anymore. I still have the DVD audio player right there, the Pioneer from like 2001, 2002 that I got. Yeah. But I think what they have to do is they have to figure out a way to make the Atmos system affordable for most people. That's going to be where it's tricky, because you may or may not remember, you might not be old enough, but when CD was the technology that took over for LP, the very early CD players, I remember seeing them at like the electronics places, the chain stores here, and they were crazy expensive. They were like $900. Like, who the fuck's going to buy that? Like,
yeah, of course.
And then somewhere along the line, they went, okay, this is how we're going to shift everything from LPs over to digital technology and CD reading. We'll then be able to mass produce these units for $150, $200, $300, whatever it was. I don't remember.
Yeah, that's right. But it also took a bunch of artists really pushing for the format and embracing, for example, the 60-minute possible or 70-minute runtime.
Right. Which opens up a big can of worms on your album, because your album is, how long is it? About
60 minutes.
Is it 60? Okay. And the interesting thing about that is, like you said, when CDs came along, the technology was there to do 72 minutes worth of music on a CD.
Yeah.
I don't know that was a great thing, to be honest with you, because I remember being very into it. Like, oh, look at all this music. Oh, I'm getting a double CD that's 180 minutes or 140 minutes of music. Yeah. I do think I find generally, which flies in the face of what I'm saying about your album, but I do find now that 40 to 45 minutes, 50 is usually my max potential for focusing. So it's kind of surprising. I didn't actually tab up how long your album was, but it's close to 60. That's a good sign that I get through it without getting fatigued. You know what I mean?
Well, I appreciate it, first of all. I also structured the album with the 2 little interludes and a couple of softer passages so that you don't get that ear fatigue. And also the very fact, it's funny, like when the 2 singers came out on YouTube, as if they have been summoned by magic. There's going to be the armchair mixing experts that are very prevalent in the technical death metal space.
Yeah,
right? Like these hobbyists that have mixed like their little hobby tracks at home, or have like downloaded stems of their favorite artists, and then they get on YouTube and they're like, this sucks because the snare doesn't sound like I wanted to. There's a bunch of comments like that.
Yeah.
So people decrying the fact that it doesn't sound like I don't know, Spirit Box or something, and the fact that I have not gone for one of those very loud, very compressed, very modern
mixes,
productions,
right?
Mixes has also to do that the fact that I really think about this album as an album experience from top to bottom, and I don't want this type of intensity and size for an album that goes for 60 minutes.
Yeah.
People don't talk about this stuff, but the fact that we have these super pumped up mixes and super modern production techniques that are very much geared to making this as a brick as possible. Yes. Not trying to get into the loudness war discussion, but the fact that this is a very, very trendy thing in metal still even more than ever, does not play well with an album experience.
No, you're right. And
it doesn't.
It's Steven, to bring him up again.
Yeah, but he has
He's
very
gone the
particular-
other way where he wants to make those dynamics. Use your volume control.
Yeah.
Use your volume control. And we should stop here because we're dangerously close to bringing up Vapor Trails, which really suffered from a fucking horrible production on the first album.
Yeah.
And when
And
they
that's
did
an
the
album you
remix,
that's an album you can't listen to from start to finish.
no, it's so brick walled. And then they, of course, it was so brick walled that Alex and Getty decided we've got to do something with this. And then Bottrell came in, changed the dynamics of it, and now you hear solos that weren't even there on the first CD. So,
yeah.
Tom, listen, man, it's been a treat, dude. I'm gonna let you go because it's midnight over there.
Yeah. Can I just say something more on Atmos before we go?
Yeah.
So the thing is about Changeling and Atmos, I really truly believe, and now I know I'm getting into hyperbole territory, but I truly believe that we being myself and Eric Horstman, who is coincidentally also worked on that Rammstein album.
Okay.
Back in the day, so that's a cool full circle moment there. And him and I, we've been mixing this thing in Atmos, and still got a lot of work ahead of us. However, my point is that this is going to be, I truly believe that, the first death metal album on the planet that really makes use of the format, because it's been written for that format primitively, because I hadn't mixed in Atmos before, but like a song like Abyss, from the very get-go, I was thinking of having the choir in that song sit on top of you and being in the ceiling speakers. Already the arrangement has taken that into account. So that's number one. And then number two is that there has not really been any release in heavy music that has fully made sense of the format.
Yeah, not
Eric
at all.
and I, before we started mixing, we listened to the entire Apple Music Metal and Atmos playlist. Every song on it sucked. Not saying musically.
Who's done it? Who else has done it?
Animals as Leaders. There was a Dimmu Borgir song on it, which was terrible.
Wow.
Ishan, listen, I love Ishan.
Oh, so do I.
Amazing. Like one of my favorite artists of all time. Loved his new album. The stereo mix was mwah.
Yeah, it's great.
In Atmos, it's a tiny band in front of you, and then completely disconnected from that, it's like a giant orchestra behind you, and the whole purpose of the album is lost.
So you're getting almost two separate dynamics.
Yeah. To me, it's just my personal opinion, of course. You know,
Sure.
Jens Ogren did it; he will probably disagree, rightfully so. But I'm just Gojira, right? I haven't heard the Gojira ones, but yeah, like things like that. And
I haven't either.
Somewhere okay-ish. I really like the Animals as Leaders mix, but that's more using the spaciousness of all.
Right.
You know? So I'm telling you, the Changeling album is the first one that really uses the 360-degree space.
The full spectrum.
Why I went back and retracked the entire album just for the Atmos mix.
Wow.
So that we have 4 different signals coming from 4 different speakers for the rhythm guitars. There was no other way to get it to that level. And that's why I'm so passionate about it. I really do think, I know that nobody is going to hear it. And then 90% of people are going to listen to it on their headphones, being like, yeah, but I've been told that this is Atmos. And then going to listen to the Atmos version, and it sounds worse than the stereo mix, and they're going to hate it. I can't do anything about it. But as an artist, I know that if I go to the extra mile and I create the best possible immersive audio mix for this extreme metal project right now, and I can break some barriers with that, if there's a few people who actually hear it in the proper setup and have their minds blowing by the possibilities and how that works, and then go on to do their own thing or to get more into this, then it's all been worth it. You know, that's my opinion, and that's what we're doing.
Yeah, and I think from my perspective, hearing what you're saying, I'm as a creative artist, you're saying this is going to be the penultimate way to hear this, the way I envisioned hearing it.
100%.
And that's
when you hear that final climax of Anathema coming at you from all directions in Atmos, you're gonna be like, oh yeah, okay.
Your eyeballs will melt and fall out of your head, right?
Yeah, Indiana Jones moment. Wow.
Tom, man, this has been a fascinating conversation. We didn't quite hit Luc Lemay territory, but we were getting close. We could have gone on longer, but it's probably, what time is it? Your time there?
It's midnight now. It's past.
Okay,
midnight.
I gotta let you go to bed, sir.
Yeah, man, I gotta be back in the Atmos studio tomorrow morning. So
well, listen, don't go anywhere for a minute. I need to keep you for a few moments here, but thank you so much for your time. I am not bullshitting you. I think this album is massively killer. I can't promise you it'll be my top album at the end of the year. I don't know. Could be a lot of other stuff, but I will say this. And this, I'm risking my friendship with Steven, but I like it a little more than Steven's album. So there you go.
I think Steven can afford not having album of the year for once. It's fine.
Maybe.
I think he'll get over it.
Well, you know, THC, the last one, Harmony Codex, I really loved, and it was my number 5 album. So there you go. I'm a tough guy to please. And I did not like the prior 2 albums, and Steve's aware of it. I told him, I said, not my thing, dude. And he understands that. But I've been a long in the tooth guy from going way back. So I think he respects my opinion. He may not give a shit overall, but he probably respects where I come from. But this is a massive fucking album. I'm telling everybody, the worst place to listen to it's online. I mean, just let's be honest, unless you have a killer system that's hooked up to your laptop or whatever, or your TV, and you do that, whatever. Try to listen to this album in the best possible scenario, which would, number 1, be buy the CD, buy the vinyl, buy the product, because Tom spent 5 years making this. It'd be nice if we could sell some units, a lot of units, but even just some is better than none, obviously.
Yeah.
We want to see you at least feel like you've touched some lives, like you have mine with this. So, and again, like I said, I've been peripherally aware of you for several years, but I didn't really know any of your music prior to this. And I was the guy that as soon as I heard Abyss, I reached out to Will. I'm like, dude, what the fuck, man? Like, why didn't you send this my way? This is everything I live for right here. And he's like, oh, yeah, okay. Well, here, let me get you. I'm like, you got to get Tom on, dude. I got to talk. I said, if the rest of the album is like this, I want in. Just whatever we got to do to make it happen. And we did. And we did it. So we did it for 4 hours. Listen, guys, everybody, the Ruins of Beveras deep dive that Jimmy and I were going to do tomorrow night, we're going to hold off till next week. I have some things I have to address medically that I got to take care of. So we'll do that next week. And there's some other interviews coming up that I'm working on locking in as far as scheduling. And everybody, seriously, check the links in the description. There's Tom's website. There's all of his social media contacts, which he hates. I hate them too, but they're necessary evil. There's Season of Mist is in there where you can directly order from there. Is there any other? Is that the best place to buy the album, Season of Mist?
Well, actually, I'm glad that you asked, because just yesterday with the new single, we put the new official Changeling merch page online. So there's like a dedicated merchandise page where you can order the CD, the vinyl, the transcription books are on there for pre-orders yesterday, and a couple of exclusive shirt designs. And that all goes directly through me and my people. So
go there first. Try to go there first and foremost.
Yes.
You're gonna have to get me that link, and we'll exchange information at the end here.
Just to speak it out loud on air right now before I give it to you, it's changelingmerch.bigcartel.com.
Oh, it's a big cartel store. Okay.
Oh, now I'm bumbling it. Hold on. Changeling merch. Yes, true. So Changeling merch bigcartel.com.
Okay, so I will add that to the description of the video.
Cool.
Once you email me that, and we'll talk for a few moments here after the stream. Everybody, thank you so much for being here tonight. It was a long one, but it was a good one, man. There was a lot of good shit in here, a lot of deep conversation. If you love Rush, stick around because we're going to be doing a Rush deep dive later in April with John Holm of Agalock and Jeff Wagner. Do you know Jeff Wagner by chance?
Trouble?
No, Jeff Wagner. That was Eric Wagner. Jeff Wagner wrote Mean Deviation, the book Mean Deviation.
It doesn't ring a bell right now.
I'll send you a link to that too. Jeff's probably going to be on too. We're going to rank the Rush albums. That's what I was. So we'll talk about that in a minute.
In the immortal words of Kiki Palmer, I don't know who this man is. Sorry to this man.
No, Jeff's awesome though. Jeff's killer. I'll send you a link. You might. He also wrote the book, the Fates Warning book, the new Fates Warning book. Okay. Destination. This one here.
Oh, nice.
Destination Onward. Jeff Wagner. Jeff's a buddy. We did the Psychotic Waltz, the whole Psychotic Waltz catalog a couple of weeks ago. I'm a big Psychotic Waltz guy, so we just did a deep dive on that. And Jeff's, clued in. So that's coming up. I don't have a day on that yet.
Tell you a secret. When you listen to Anathema again, there's one part and one riff that is referencing Psychotic Waltz.
Oh, really?
Do tell me if you catch
I'll see if I can find it and let you know. Everybody, I gotta let this man go to sleep, and I gotta talk to him for a few minutes afterwards. So, everybody, thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. Talk about this album. Go listen to this album. It is really, really, really fucking good. No joke. Go check it out. Don't fuck around. Check it out. Help this guy out. All right. All right.